Welcome back. I just welcome. Hello. We haven't really gone to a break yet, so I don't know if it's fair to say welcome back, but hello everyone. It's not a Stormgate Sunday. It's an Aureil Stormgate Circuit on a Saturday. We got about 14 players signed up right now. We're waiting for the bracket to end. Hello there, Rennie Privat and Geroptimus. Those are the only two people that have gone and chatted thus far, but welcome. I have tea in my mug. The door closed so the dogs don't come and interact or mess us up too much here, because not only do we have the very cute Molly dog, who I believe if you've been following the stream long enough, you may have heard of because she stole my headphones once. But a friend's Bernadoodle? Bernadoodle. I guess it is a Bernese. It's a Burmese? Anyway. Burmese mountain dog doodle mix. And they are out of town, so we're watching this dog, and it is chaos in the house. Bernese. All I know is that it is, yes, utter chaos in the house. And, you know, this makes sense when you have a 6-month-old puppy, 6 months in like a week, and a two-year-old who is still very much a puppy. Hello there, Mr. Farmy. It is my favorite farm. Actually, that's not true. That's my parent. That's the farm I grew up on. Well, I don't know if we can call it a farm. Right? It's a non-working farm, but land in the middle of nowhere that happened to have some horses. But you can be my second favorite farm. An official farm, I guess. Hey, Farmy, how's it going? Have you been playing? I know you started casting some Stormgate a little bit more back on your channel, reviving that thing from the dead. Glad you're doing so. It's funny. I was in Zombie Grubs. I rated her over the other day, and I was like, yeah, you know, I really enjoyed Mission 7 of the campaign in particular. And there people are just like, well, of course you did. You're a paid shill. And I'm like, guys, I'm not. But I do acknowledge that I do have some bias, and I do like the game. I hope you've been enjoying it as well as it looks. No, bracket is not live just yet. Never mind. Waiting for the bracket to be live. What are our maps today? Black Spire Station, Scarlet Isle, Malice Depths, Molten Horizon. That's not a map I've seen. What is Molten Horizon? What does Molten Horizon look like? Oh, that's the next Aureil map. So this is a map pool that is 3. Okay, that is 3 map maps and 4 Aureil maps. I do feel bad for Frost Giant. There we go. If they're going to have to go, and I assume they're going to add a lot of custom maps to the ladder pool pretty soon. It's just the maps are too good, and honestly, the maps we have are not great. So it's just too good not to. And I feel bad if they're going to, because I imagine they would try to go and like have reasonable representation of everything of like across the entire different community, which makes sense. The problem is Aureil and Matt are by far making the best maps. So, you know, let's see. We got JXP playing Play Weird, HYY playing Matt, Wurzwerg playing Wurzwerg playing Novia Star, Wallace and Droptimus, Kell, and we're doing Kell Game Friend. Yeah. All right, we're going to be doing Kell and Game Friend for the first series of the day. Shout out to Aureil, by the way, who has gone and just built a full map pack that you're going to have to go into the maps and like build them individually, but has made a full map pack. It's very easy to host things. Now, that's not quite as good as just being able to download them, like play them from a browser, but it's close enough, right? Yeah, no, Farmy, it is kind of funny. There were a couple guys in the Discord yesterday that were like trying to rabble rouse. Someone was like literally like, I showed up and the Discord did not have time for my trolling, so I wrote a negative review on Steam. And I'm like, okay, you do you, boo. You hate an Enlightened Horizon with a passion. Enlightened Horizon, are we talking about like this like over enlightened quote unquote community? Or is Enlightened Horizon a map? that you don't like. Also, Algorithmore, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub at 9 months. Good morning, friends. Good morning. I got some tea. We took the dogs for a walk this morning. It's a good time. Silent Night. Feels good to see active player counts still stay around 450 in the really off hours and go up to 8,900 for the rest of the day. Necrolyte is keeping here for now, according to the Steam charts. Yeah, that is really nice. We had, when 0.4 came out and the new campaign was there in some ways, it spiked a little bit, then disappeared. Oh, Enlightened Horizon. Are we talking? So there are 3 ladder maps right now. There's Edge of Oblivion, there's Boneyard, and there's Broken Crown. I assume you're talking about Edge of Oblivion. Trying out the game. You're currently 1-12. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. Derry. Derry, what faction are you playing? Perhaps the chat. Perhaps we can give you some help. Oh, you're playing the Infernals. Okay, so how are you opening, Derry? What are you doing there? Oh, what's the name? Yes, the Infernals. I also am an Infernal fan. Yeah, Grimmy has some basic factions, basic tutorials for all factions on YouTube. We have games ready to go, by the way. It's going to be Kell versus Game Friend. We should go and tournament announcements at tournament, not admin, at tournament alerts. I'm going to steal, copy, paste this. Live now. https://www.twitch.tv tch.tv/BeoMulf. All right, game's ready to go. It's going to be Celestial versus Infernal, and we're going to have to see how this one's going to work out as we move into... wait, these are best of 3s. Right. Let me look at the format 1 second. Finals best of 5, semis best of 5, before that best of 3s. Okay. This is a best of 3. We are ready to go. Rotfire Vale, a new map. I haven't seen a ton of it. We're going to take a look as this just needs to start recording. There we go. All right, game number 1, ready to go. We're waiting. We're waiting. In the upper left side of the map here in the blue, he's playing Celestials. What a brave decision on Necrolyte. It's Game Friend. Bottom left side of the map here on the new map, playing Infernals, it's Kell, Rotfire Vale. And I believe this was a map that had a couple rich, yeah, it does have rich Luminite on it, but I believe this has been fixed because rich Luminite, high yield Luminite, does not actually work for Celestials at all. Totally broken. They mine the normal rate, so it's actually really bad. You expand first, then build 2 vaults and try to contest the first Stormgate Dairy. Okay, for now though, we're gonna see we're gonna see why maybe expanding first instead of getting a couple vaults is maybe not the play. A bunch of fiends are gonna show up and they're gonna kill pretty much every prism in this base. And yes, prisms do build relatively quickly and they are cheap, but this was about half the eco just being taken down right now. Going for these kind of early level fiend pressure is very strong when you kind of go like a vault into an expand and you get your first brute and you split it into 2 fiends immediately and run it onto the other side of the map. That is very impactful. And we're gonna see a second set of 2 fiends because he opened a double vault delayed expand, but there we go. More prisms are gonna go down here. This time, not enough prisms to really kill off all these fiends, I don't think. So now we're gonna start to see, first of all the prisms go down. And second of all, a lot of damage on the actual base. This is very unfortunate now, especially because the effigy is getting dropped. And when the effigy is dropped, it actually does reduce the damage that fiends do. They're supposed to do 12 just flat, but they do only 7 if they're on Shroud. The big deal though is it does, actually, it gets purged, I guess, when the Shroud's gone. But when they're on Shroud, every attack reduces armor by 2. And armor is not a flat value like StarCraft 2, but it's a percentage-based thing. So if you get something down to minus 50 armor, they're taking about, what is it? It's like they're taking an additional like 3rd HP. I forget what the actual math is. But anyway, they're taking damage, but it's a fractional thing. Lip sync is off. Yeah, you know, I thought I had that fixed. We are on. I'm using
Dimensional rift detected.
NDI because encoding on 2K is a little rough if I'm actually also playing the game on 2K. But it sometimes does mean my lip sync is off a little bit. Celestial's not bad versus Vanguard. They may seem weak versus Infernals. My experience is the other way around. Watching a lot of games, playing some games. And that it feels like Celestials can kind of survive and actually play some pretty cool macro games against Infernals, but against Vanguard, they just get hindered so hard by Hedgehog pressure that it becomes difficult. You think it's fine for Game Friend? No expo for Kell yet? Yeah, I'd buy that. By the way, Central Stormgate is going to go and get claimed by Kell early on with his flock of fiends. And oh, okay, so he just cloned. I think he just soul forged fiends. I'm pretty sure that's what happened right there because I didn't see anything else. Oh, never mind. There's the Faerun. I'm just blind. But he's got these fiends. It's a full wall though, so that's not that big of a deal. And now we're going to see this extra base get taken, which, by the way, is fully walled off to the point where I'm almost I'm actually really surprised that he took this base first. Although I guess if you take this base first, you still have to wall out this setup and you need a cascade field to do so, which means an arc ship needs to be over there anyways. So not all that great, but third base now ready to go. A bunch of fiends are here, but this position is not really going to give you any sort of access point onto this base. I don't think it's still high ground. So, oh no, there is a ramp. Okay. So Amp running over, going to go try to contest this third base. Kree roll-up is done though. So Kree are being made 3 at a time, but here's going to be the attack. Finding its way forward, Brutes, Fiends, and the Prisms are going to get pulled into it because Prisms are the best combat unit that Celestials have. At least in the early game. So they're actually going to get a really nice surround here, getting on top of the Faerun, taking the FG down, so the minus armor's not really going to be there anymore. And they just burst the Faerun down. This is a surprise. I'm always surprised because I'm like, guys, it's just a bunch of prisms. But they actually hold on fairly well. Now, with no Judicator nodes, it's a little awkward. We're going to go Grace Light first as the visions here. And this army still feels a little small. So we're going to have to wait for that to show up over as Grace Light now turning into the Judicator node, but it's not here just yet. Spent a lot of energy healing prisms up as well, but when you pull all the prisms here, there's just a lot of stuff to kill, and without splash damage until the Gaunts arrive, they're not really doing a lot. And remember, no Soul Brand Chakrams means that splash damage is not incredibly effective, as you could have killed those fiends, but Game Friend lets them go. But yeah, it's not super effective. So again, we see this aggression roll through, and again, we see this aggression not incredibly effective. As now there's a Legion Hull done. We got an Ascension Matrix on the way, but no Arc Fortress just yet. I seeing the Starforge go down, which I think there is. Was that canceled? No, the Starforge is there. I kind of expected this to see Saber something, but no. Okay. We're going Animancers. Did they fix the mining bug yet? MJT, they have not yet.
Dimensional rift detected.
Not just yet, but the second Stormgate is going to be very far away of where all the action has been. So that likely, my guess would be, is we're going to see playing the averages here is like it's over there. So there's a 33% chance it's going to be over here now because where a Stormgate spawns has no bearing on where the next Stormgate spawns, but this also does unlock the pressure quite a bit. And one thing that I've been seeing a lot of players do, or Korean Infernal players in particular do, which I think is kind of smart, is they've been going and they've been dropping Tribute Pyres on the map. Treating it like, kind of like scouting prisms. Treating it kind of like scouting prisms. Or scouting pylons that a Protoss player would do. And then it also allows you to pretty effectively get Shroud wherever it is that you want to fight. So it does both. And it works pretty nicely. So for now, we're going to have 5 Fiends trying to go take this down. It's, of course, 3,000 HP instead of 1,000. That's why you triple the number of Fiends, and you should be able to claim this. But you also got to remember here that we're in this situation where now we're almost on 4 bases, and this is where life gets maybe a little bit more complicated, but the 4th base is done and just about saturated from what I can is saturated as well. So Game Friend's fine there. And your job as Celestials right now is pretty much to maintain a base lead. Kind of like Zerg, actually, if you think about it. So Stormgate's going to get claimed. Unstable Necrolytes are actually a really good choice into this army because this means the Kree are going to struggle to get on top. Look at that combo with the Dark Prophecy and the Sabers together. That's a lot. It's not enough to kill everything, but it does get a lot of these units very low here. Look at all the poppage. It does do friendly fire, so you got to be careful with how the Kree engage, but it clears this position up very, very nicely. Now the Fiends are going to run through and try to body block this forward, but the Saber does decent splash damage, so that's going to be fine for now. And this Dark Prophecy is just I don't think you can fight into that. That is just annihilating Kell. Now, again, you really don't want to lose the Kree. Diving through the Dark Prophecy, a little bit awkward. And look at this. We're actually seeing scanners get used. I love it. Scanners make me happy, guys. I know they're not the strongest thing with how the game is being played right now, but scanners just make me happy. But now we're going to see this. Necrolytes have finally found their way over. As now the Celestials on 5 bases, excuse me. They're on 5 bases, starting to develop their economy that much more, staying the base up. On top of the Infernals, this scanner's just making sure that there's not like an extra base going down. And this is where having these Animancers with all of these Energizer nodes, by the way, so it's like constant Dark Prophecy spam, having the Necrolytes make having this Animancer power that much stronger because you can try to slow them down, although it's not being cast right now. Necrolytes get on top of stuff. That's not what you're looking for, but Dark Prophecy will blow things up at the end, so not that big of a deal. And now with these Hellborn on the high ground, a little bit dicey here. Is Game Friend not focusing on this too much at the moment, making sure that he expands elsewhere. But get these Animancers on top of the Hellborn. Get that slow going a little bit.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
By the way, 3rd Stormgate, we talked about getting yourself set up here so you can claim the Stormgate. Well, 3rd Stormgate, which by the way is going to be taking double damage from Game Friend, is getting set up on the right side. So Game Friend, if he decides to go off for it, might try and be able to claim that one. We're going to have to see, but this fight on the left side is what is really constraining everything. It's a lot of, it's what, 5, 6 Hellborn here right now? Don't ask me to count this, but it's like 6 Hellborn sieging away at this Celestial position. So even though Celestial is up in supply, and it has a very strong army, going up this ramp is a little bit difficult. But these trades are not cost effective for the Infernal player in the slightest. And remember, he's only on 4 bases. You like to cut these trees down, maybe make this rally from this base a little bit easier. But he's only on 4 bases, and now Dark Prophecy is going to move in. We do have the Weavers, a little bit tankier, right? 380 HP. But Kell, well, it feels like this push is stalling out a little bit. And on the right side, again, this Stormgate, I'm very surprised at the lack of focus on this Tier 3 Stormgate. Because I think realistically, Tier 1, Tier 2, whatever, but Tier 3, you can get a deep one, you can get a Swarm Mother, you can get a lot of rather nice stuff. So it is a little surprising that we're not seeing more of that. Scythes are being added in as well, which is like the ultimate answer to a lot of this composition. Not a lot of Gaunts. I don't see any Shadow Flyers. So you're kind of in this awkward scenario where like Scythes would just, they don't do a ton of damage versus ground. They do 12 versus heavy, 6 versus everything else. It's not a lot. They are very dedicated anti-air, but if there's no, or they're dedicated air-to-air, but if there's no anti-air, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to take a fight at a different angle now where there are no Judicator nodes, so now everything's going to move in and backing out. Dark Prophecy going to pop these Kree at the very least. I'm a little surprised, especially with this mass Animancer comp, we're not seeing more Radiant Fury, or not seeing that get researched because, well, a lot of your Kree are just going to die to these prophecies. And if that's the case, being able to just kind of run them forward anyways, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, audio video interweave, they just float over an arc ship to expand. They don't need to keep the arc ship at home. Presence would have no travel time for mining and R40 Illuminite. This is true, but you still need to build more arc ships to make that happen. As the attack on the left side actually finding a decent amount of value on top of this collection rate, but just killing prisons for now. Now, the problem is the army brings itself to bear a little bit further forwards. We're seeing the Dark Prophecy on top of these Weavers. Animancer's not sucking the energy out of them just yet. A little surprising there. I think that'd be pretty good piece of utility. But the problem right now is even as this setup is still very good for our Celestial player, you're still a little bit afraid of, A, running through your own prophecies. That's a problem with how long they sit there. But also just going up these ramps. That doesn't feel very good, as Tier 3 Stormgate is going to lapse with really no one claiming it. And now, oh, there we go. Archangel goes in. It's got the upgrade as well. It's got Scorched Earth, so it goes down to just more damage on the ground that's difficult to fight through, as Radiant Fury complete as well. So these crew are able to run forward. We have Heaven Step done as well, but no long shot module. So you're actually missing a little bit of damage from these Archons. But Game Friend, his economy, he's actually not even by the main base out just yet. His economy is going like gangbusters here. Every base on the map. And these Dark Prophecies are causing a problem for Kell. He just cannot get past them. I really do think that if you're going to fight this composition, you're looking at Magmadon drops or something, or, you know, using Harbingers to find flanking angles, because this composition fights incredibly well front to back. Even as the Weaver shows up, takes one of the Sabers down, it doesn't matter. Kell falls down, Game Friend wins this game without taking a single Stormgate. Very cool gameplay coming out of our Celestial player. Audio video interweave, maybe it should be closer than some other change might need to be made. I am actually a bit of a fan of conceptually going and just increasing the number of max workers that a Celestial can populate a base on. Infernal Vanguard can go up to 12. And I'm kind of a fan of Celestial just being able to go up to like 16. 4 Fiends can take down even tier 3 Stormgates. Maybe if you got, well, actually the Shroud debuff doesn't apply. Hey, WTRD and JV Post, thank you so much for the subs. I'm sorry I didn't see it. For the Prime sub, for the 3-month sub from JV Post. Actually, Prime subs from both y'all. Thank you so much, friends. We're going to move into Scarlet Isle, game number 2, another long map. Let's see if Kell has the answers. All right, so here we are. It's game number 2. Game Friend didn't take a single Stormgate. Didn't really matter. Was able to go and win the first game, looking rather solid while doing so. And now we're on another map that is long, that has kind of a pushing lane and an off lane, for the lack of a better term, and looks pretty solid. We saw this game number 1. So apparently, Argents are crap until tier 3, don't bother. I disagree, Root Faith. I don't think that's true. I think you can open up other ways, but, you know. Argent Crease still seems like a decent composition. But apparently with 4 Fiends, you can kill a tier 3 Stormgate if nothing else is attacking it. So, yeah, that's actually really good to know. Where if you're the Infernal player in particular, and you are trying to contest, and you're just taking fight elsewhere, it does make sense to split 4 Fiends off to another Stormgate and just sick it on it immediately. Because worst comes to worst, you're going to go, and you're going to be in this position where, by the way, triple Arc Ship before any sort of production, which makes sense, right? This is Scarlet Isle. You kind of got this free pocket base. You're not going to see a ton of really painful aggression. And we're seeing the same thing out of Kell. He's got his third shrine up very quickly, so this is a macro game, and is it too greedy to go 4th arc ship? How much of a building should be on Shroud to gain the building speed buff, JV Post? I believe, and you can test this in game by looking at the animation, but I'm pretty sure I've tested this. It just has to be touching it. It might have to be the center. No, right? It's the, yeah, I was gonna say it's the middle of it. It's the center base. It's the middle of the structure, because that's where the checking is. Oh, you can make a few Argents at the beginning, but you got to transition out and then go back to it with tier 3, because otherwise you're stuck making Argents. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I'll buy that one, Root Faith. Yeah, where you just kind of get stuck in this low tech position where it feels kind of awkward. I do like what we're seeing here out of Game Friend, where he's not taking the obvious expansion point, because this is pretty hard to hold on to. It's fairly wide open. Yes, you can wall it off, but Mr. Game Friend. I was talking about using this to go and take a hidden base. But this is spicy. This is an Eon Gate play. I am 95% sure. The prisms are, yeah, no, the prisms are mining. This is an Eon Gate play. This is very cool here. So we're going to go up to Arc Fortress just about as quickly as possible. Or Arc Station as quickly as possible. And then we're going to see an Eon Gate go down to the main base. I don't know where it is. We're just going to wait for it to go down. And we're going to see an Eon Gate go down. There we go. There's the Eon Gate on the way in the main base here. And we're going to see another one on the other side of the map, looking probably at this spot right here where there's no vision. Nidus by any other name is just as... Nidus by any other name is just as sweet as the Arc ship's there. It's got vision. It's got a cascade field. Now let's see if this works. Apparently he was playing it last night. Apparently he was practicing this thing last night. We are fairly full up in this Arc ship. Eon Gate on the way. I kind of expected it to be in a hidden spot, but it's, you know what? Is this visible? Kell, man, it takes so long. Kell sees this. Kell's reacting to this very slowly though. There, the Eon Gate is done. Now you gotta unload into the Luminite line as quick as you please, but Kell reacts to this reasonably fast. I don't know how well this is gonna work. I think this was very cool, but I don't think this Eon Gate works. And now remember, this is a finally 3-base Celestial versus a 4-base Infernal. This was very much predicated on making this timing work, and it just didn't get anything. Unfortunately, Eon Gate was in vision, and that meant Kell just knew what was happening, so he just rotated his army over. It didn't catch him by surprise and wipe a base out. Strange Quark saying this game is so much better to watch now compared to a few patches ago. It's crazy. Thanks for all the streams, Bale. My pleasure. I stream this game because I really do enjoy this game. Yeah, you know, Root Faith, it was very, yeah, it's a hard commit because of all the time it took for the Arc ship to fly, because of how delayed your third collection array is. And we're going to have a fourth one now, but this is a Celestial, like, Celestial has to be a head economy. Celestial really does want to go and be a base up pretty much the entire time. And so he sees this army, he's like, yeah, I can't fight this at all. And Eon Gates are not that expensive, realistically, but even still. It's a pretty awkward scenario. So we're on 4 bases now. We are adding in scythes and all those wonderful things. But again, this is just a really awkward scenario, as I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you so much for the Twitch sub, for the 1 month tier 1 sub. Chektil Kondontawak. Chektil Donatawak. There we go. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I don't think this Game Friend's up in supply by like 2, but I just look at this, I'm like, I'm not sure I believe in this. Does have a Seraphim. Seraphim do really well against Stormgates. They do, I believe it's 400% damage or 500% damage versus Stormgates. So they're really good at like contesting Stormgates, but this army falls. That's not great. Already Game Friend's in a bit of an awkward spot. Now cracking this position is going to be difficult. Cracking the high ground base is not going to be the easiest thing. And we are seeing just mass expands everywhere. More and more Judicator nodes on the way. They're not here just yet. They're not ready just yet, but a couple brutes aren't going to be that much of an issue as the second Stormgate does get claimed. It's going to be these unstable Necrolytes just looking to break down the static defense. And, well, this is kind of cool, right? Eon Gates or Morph Cores now go and they can be made out of any structure that's not an arc structure. And they cost, oh, nice job there, baiting them in. Well done, Game Friend. But any structure that's not an arc structure, you can go and turn it into a Morph Core for the cost of the unit, and you get refunded the cost of the unit minus 50. And then you can go and, or the cost of the structure minus 50, and then you go and drop those down, and you get the cost back, and then you pay the cost minus 50. So effectively, it gives you a lot of flexibility here as you move around. As we're gonna see, you know, this is not a bad fight, all things considered. The Necrolytes don't get a ton, but this Magmadon is causing problems, and you're just gonna have to give this position up. 2/3 of the Judicator nodes out of resources as these Savers continue to have to run here. But they fight back to another Judicator line, and, well, you know, the Seraphim in the sky is doing a pretty decent job. Necrolyte, do we have the upgrade? Well, Necrolyte actually upgrades. It does get a lot done. Self-repair doing a pretty good job as well. And this is a solid defense for Game Friend, all things considered, for now. But I'm 95% sure he loses this base, even as the Judicator nodes are trying to do something. 95% sure he loses the forward base. He's holding on to this thing fairly well, at least for now. And remember, there's this base on the right side that's kind of mining. It's based on the right side that is actually not mining. Well, it's mining Therium. So losing this base is not the end of the world. I want only to donate is the name. I assume that's a Polish name. Celestial's doing Zerg stuff, Infernal doing Protoss stuff, dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. You're going to have a lot of bases without prisms. Yeah, that's the problem. As we're going to see, this base is going to get cleaned out as well as the Arc Fortress is here. I'd love to see the Arc Fortress fly away across the map because Fate Ender Beam has been added back in. You need 2 Argents, 2 Lancers, or 1 Fiend to take a tier 1 Stormgate. Multiply by 3 per tier. The math has been done. Thank you, David Bodor, for your anti-fiend propaganda. As Aureil taking this, taking I want to donate's name literally and saying, hey, donate to the tournament prize pool. For now, though, and yes, you do want to go support the tournament. Go do exclamation mark matcherino. Go support the prize pool there. Another base, this base is going to get reestablished once again. I think most of the prisms have died, though. The saving grace here is this setup that, unfortunately, this is rallying prisms to the wrong area, but this base right here is 4 out of 12. It's mining a decent amount of Therium. These random prism rallies are gonna get him in trouble. Like, you just got to take this off. You just got to take this off your rally, I think. You got to take this off your hotkeys because it is a problem right now where everything's getting rallied into it. But Game Friend has been able to somewhat stabilize. We got Energizer nodes, Gracelight nodes, Judicator nodes on this scenario. Stormgate now going to get claimed, I believe. Tier 3 should go to Kell. Looks like there might be a bit of a contest here, taking out at least some of the structures that or the units that are low. What do we got upgrade-wise? No long shot just yet. It's Argent, it's Animancer. Dark Prophecy is going to go down. It's fairly solid. And we do have, what's it called? We do have Radiant Fury done as well. So the Kree, even once they start to die, they can go down. But now, you're just going to get run on top of here. Now, it's good that no longer Dark Prophecies, they don't channel anymore. But the Animancers, or not the Animancers, the Magmadons run through everything. And this should be the end of it. The army of Game Friend is dead. And, you know, this is not a late game balance thing. This is the fact that Game Friend did a 2-base Eon Gate all in and got nothing done. And, you know, that was a bit of a pickle, bit of a problem. So he's trying to find his way back into this. Thought about contesting the Tier 3 Stormgate. Didn't really work. Tier 3 Stormgate. What do we got? Ah, there we go. It's a Dark Throne. And I think if you're a... Well, okay, just going to drop it right here. I think if you are an Infernal player, the best use of a Dark Throne is to go get Flaming Imps and drop it right in front of your opponent so you can get Shroud really easily. and then just use it as a infernal, not infernal fury. You can use that just as a fiend, or not a fiend, an imp explosion generator. Because when you get the shrine, when you get the dark throne, you get 3 workers, and you also get workers a lot faster. You get a worker every 6 seconds. So it's a very nice tool to get yourself a lot of imps that can go explode things. I think that is probably the single. This is not bad. It's another base. It's a lot of Luminite. It's going to get you a lot more brutes. It's solid. But I think what I'm talking about is like the cool play that has a lot of value to it. So for now, we're looking at this army. Game Friend is a very tiny army in comparison. You got to do what he can, but the army moves in on multiple flanks. And this tiny little army is not gonna be enough here. Everything's gonna get taken down. Game Friend's gonna be forced to go to game number 3. I like the idea, by the way. That build was cool. Shades of the Nidus plays of old, but we have a single sight. That's not doing much of anything. I always forget what this upgrade is called. It's where is my, there it is. Darkness spreads. So getting this upgrade, that means when it's done, Shroud spreads even further off of Shroud generating structures, and I don't even know that we're going to get to that point because Game Friend is giga dead. Alcatode, that's a cool idea. I'm doing it next time. Yeah, steal and say, take, it's the BeoMulf maneuver, right? The Beo maneuver. Give me credit on it, right? But I think it's very cool. As Game Friend, though, is going to get forced out of this game. And we move to game 3. I heard a bell. The Brandon. I heard the bell. Thank you, Gaming. Just rated the channel with 6 viewers. Hope your stream was good. Thank you, Gaming. Was it Stormgate stuff? Anyways, we're going to get into game 3 in just a second. Audio is crazy out of sync. What if does this help? Bum. A voice desync. Yeah, can I? Is there anything I can do on this side? I don't think so. Anyway, we're gonna move into game 3 on Emberfrost, and at least the in-game audio is all right. Maybe this helps. I deactivated or reactivated it. Audio is about 0.15 seconds delayed, and don't worry, we're going into game where it actually isn't delayed at all for whatever reason. So we're gonna go into game number 3 of this series. I'm going to be right back because I just got to go get my water bottle. Emberfrost, though, is the map. All right. Hey, someone just donated $75 to the prize pool. Whoever donated, let me know who it was. Thank you so much. I'll tab out after the game. Otherwise, I got to go recover my water bottle. But we're on Emberfrost. It's a pretty map. I'll be right back. I have returned. He wants to donate, and he did donate. Sorry, $50 contribution, not a $75, but thank you so much. As now, a couple fiends are going to show up here, be annoying. And, well, we're going triple arc shift before any sort of defensive structures, but as long as you got prisms, you should be fine. But yeah, StormRam, StarCraft 2. This is a map made by Matcherino. There's the winter biome that looks, especially this kind of like dirty snow, it looks fantastic. And then on the other side, it's desert. All right, it's Frost, it's Ember, Stormgate, or like Infernal themed. These maps are looking so good and way more fun to play on than the ladder maps. Where in the world does something say !grid? I should just turn that off. But there is no grid command. That was a sponsored tournament from a while ago. And I love how good it's, you know what? Yes, Celestial economy is a little bit broken right now, a little bit too slow, and I think that probably does need to get fixed, but I am kind of enjoying this interplay of defensive prisms versus defensive units. It's kind of cool. It's growing on me a little bit. It is one of these things where it's like, it probably doesn't feel all that great to play because, you know, just being forced to lose mining units early probably doesn't feel all that great, but like as a viewer, it's kind of cool. Where it's like, as a Celestial, there's kind of this budget of prisms that you're okay with losing early to enable your greed, and that's just kind of the expectation. That is a little bit different from how how say StarCraft 2 works or something. Yes, there are some builds where you bleed some workers away, but like you don't expect to use your work as a defensive unit built into the build. Yeah, get these on the ladder ASAP. I've had some conversations with Frost Giant. There's no promise about anything happening soon, by the way. But I've had some conversation with the Frost Giant about like, hey, you know, you should add, and I've given them a list of maps that I think should be added into the ladder pool. So hopefully they pay attention to what I'm saying. And it's not, by the way, it's not a lack of, it's not a desire to, or it's not a lack of desire to add these in. It's just a time. Where does the dev time go? Is it worth spending the dev time on that versus something else? Because you have to QA the maps and yada, yada, yada. So it's not a lack of desire, is all I'm going to say. Who is Refresh? Is he ex-pro StarCraft 2? No, high-level StarCraft 2 player, I think. But I don't think he was ever professional StarCraft 2. Risen with the prisms. Hey, Paz. Wait, is this Paz Cat? Or is this a different Paz? Vanguard, your workers are on ice skates. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I this conceptually, this idea of like my prisms are my defensive units is kind of cool. It's different in a way that, you know, it does give you some of this it gives you a little bit more asymmetry in a way that's not just, oh, I'm gonna have 3 big prisms and it's almost impossible to balance to like make right because you kill one prism to make harassable because like you lose one prism and you lose a significant percentage of your economy. But I think it'd be really cool to actually go up from 12 out of 12 to 16 out of 16 specifically for Celestials. And you just gotta have these like ablative prisms that just kind of that get burned away, but it's okay because, you know, it's 1/16th instead of 1/12th and they're cheaper, but they mine less. Like again, you scale the economy so every faction mines 750 Illuminite or 700 Illuminite per base per minute. You know, I think that's fair. That's kind of where we are right now in terms of eco scaling. But you just give Celestials more. The downside of that is that in maxed out scenarios, Celestial's going to have less supply of units, which is a little bit awkward. As by the way, Eon Gate dropping into the natural here, but it's going to get taken down. So that's not really going to find all that much. And there's another attempted one in the main base. This is Zerg gameplay. Like straight up, this is like late game Nidus gameplay, and I'm here for it. Now, obviously, it's not going to work out particularly well, but I love seeing Game Friend messing with this style because for the longest time, Celestials have not had drop pressure. And technically, this isn't drop pressure either, but it's a different look at it, and I think it's very cool. Is it going to work? I don't know. This is a much more macro-focused build than what we saw in game number 2, so you're not going to be quite as messed up by it not finding value, but you do have to pay for the Eon Gates. And there is that, but what it is also doing, it's forcing Kell to stay at home. As our little 8 damage pain infliction is not really doing all that much, but yeah, it's going to force a cancel anyways. Kind of cool.
Rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
It's a different Paz, okay. But hello there, Paz, anyways. And they changed the Brute Fiend interaction pretty well. Yeah, it might, the Fiend damage might be slightly overpowered, but I think in general, I like the Fiends being used. Yeah, I'm with you, Aureil. I like Fiends being used as a harassment tool.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Can you throw down the Eon Gate with scan? No, Root Faith. It needs to be in a Cascade field. So that's why this Arc Ship is over here. It doesn't go down in any space. It does need to have this Cascade field around to make something happen. So now that there's a 7-minute Stormgate going down and Kell's committing to it, hey, guess what? There's Eon Gate in your main base, but 2 Fiends can go take it down. Unfortunately, Eon Gate, is it worth it? Nah, probably not. I'm like, does it make sense to go and, what's the word I'm looking for? To like morph core, but you actually don't get any enhanced production speed with a morph core anymore. So that's not quite how that works. There's another Eon Gate's going down somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so just enabling a little bit more defensive play. And apparently, no, there we go. I was like, wait a minute. Our Shadow Flyers not allowed to hit this Arc Ship, but Shadow Flyers are. I want to donate. Says, I've been watching StarCraft 2 since it started. Really unlucky what happened with Blizzard. Really hope we all switch to Stormgate. BeoMulf, good job. First of all, thank you. Second of all, yeah, I would love for Blizzard to actually pay attention to StarCraft, but be as that may be, they're not. They've decided it does not make them as much as a World of Warcraft horse. So you know what can you do? But that, in my mind, I really enjoy Stormgate. That's why I'm casting it. That's how I'm making content for it. Because I really do enjoy the game. But one of the benefits of this, because this game is not as good as it will eventually be if it can get off the ground. Because realistically, this game is being actively developed. It's the single game of the studio. This is a bunch of developers that came and said, I love RTS games. Blizzard will not let me make an RTS game. I'm going to go and make my own RTS game. We're going to make our own studio for it. And if it doesn't work, that's really unfortunate, but that is the idea. I love this. Not everyone has this, but yeah, I get this annoying bug where sometimes when I click with middle mouse button, it like puts my camera in an odd spot. I've talked to other people though, and they're not running into this. You can technically build it with a morph core. You can, Aureil, but but it still has to be in the Cascade field, right? So why do people like Fiends, not Dogs? Because Dogs, like the last game, came out way too early. Like you would have a scout in the very beginning, and the levels of oppression are not nearly the same. Because Fiends fall over with, like, Fiends are strong, yes, but they fall over with the stiff breeze. And they're also a lot more expensive. Like, 2 Fiends cost 150 Illuminite. Scouts do not cost 70 Illuminite. So for now, we're going to see this low ground fight. Concave getting set up by GameFriend a little bit. He's got himself a lot of sabers, but he is not where he needs to be. Saberlight, half your army getting jumped on here. Was not paying attention to that one whatsoever. 0 Dark Prophecies going down. All the sabers getting taken out, and now Necrolytes are going to try to bring their way on top of the army through the Dark Prophecy. Not going to get a ton there, but this is a disaster of a fight for GameFriend. He was not paying attention here. What? He was well set up to take the low ground fight, but he just got jumped on top of. And the entire army's dead, and he's dead. That is how that works. GameFriend was, I don't know what he was doing. Don't know if he's macroing elsewhere, paying a screen somewhere else, but he was not paying attention to that fight whatsoever. He just loses every single high-tech part of his army. And yeah, maybe this Archangel is not gonna do anything. It's not enough. Not with the Weavers here. They're just gonna go, he'll chunk this thing down. This was not what you were looking for GameFriend. He was well set up. Sabers in the back line, Concave, and then he just moves his army up to the high ground here, but leaves his tech units behind. And they just get jumped on. Just got absolutely jumped on. So this is GameFriend dead, by the way. 216 supply to 95. Very cool game number 1. Kind of an interesting game number 3, but and game 2 with the Eon Gate. But man, he's gonna go look back at that one and just be so upset with how that happened. Of course, if you want to stay up to date with how Stormgate's progressing and how the meta is progressing now that we're in release, make sure you hit the sub button. Follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. God, man, I feel so bad for GameFriend on that one. That's not the goal. Morph core. Oh, do morph cores ignore Cascade Field? Huh. I was not aware of that. Well, yeah, you build. That's the only thing. Everything else needs a Cascade Field. But apparently morph cores don't require a Cascade build to build a structure. If so, yeah, that definitely should be experimented with. Game positive still has some, like the game. It has a lot of potential. It's just, is it 15 years in? No, it's not. But that's 3 expansions and 15 years of meta development. Yeah, anyone remember First Roaches or like Broodlord Infestor or how bad Zerg was in the first year of StarCraft 2? Yeah, there have been definitely some things. Yeah, Mr. Lean Flakes. Jason is very, well, has been pretty mad at StarCraft 2 as well. So like during EA launch, he went and, during EA launch, he like, he said he's going to swap to a full-time Stormgate streamer. And then everything happened with EA launch. And I think he was left a bad taste in his mouth. I was watching him play Stormgate yesterday and he seemed like he was having fun. So I don't know. Yeah, David Bodor, they do that now. Everyone hates scouts because they did insane damage to light back in the day. And that was also when workers were light. So they would just go in there and shred worker lines immediately, and there was nothing you could do about it. The 5 lost 3 kid to a feedback thread is classic. That's fair. Yeah, it's like, I don't think they ignore Cascade Field either. Game Friendly got 0 notifications for the attack in the middle. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, interesting. He was he'd build I didn't notice he was building a Grace Light node in order to get a morph core right away. Yeah, I saw him do that and I wasn't sure why. But if morph cores ignore Cascade Fields, even if they're like, I could have sworn that the patch notes said they did, but if in practice they're not, that's kind of cool. But the first wave of StarCraft 2 beta, one Super Live Roaches were insane. 4-gate PvP was, yeah, no, there were a lot of issues. Anyone remember the Reaper grenades that would go and like kill structures incredibly fast? Gate right now, I don't think Parting is. He's like hardcore into Supervive. Pro might be, I don't know. But the best players right now are Mixu, probably Mixu, Snockstar, MSRM, Refresh, MC. Well, in fairness, Broodlord Infestor Zerg.org was Wings of Liberty. Heart of the Swarm meta was, the toxic Heart of the Swarm meta was Swarm Host and Terran Mech. Oh yeah, that's a good point there. Algorithm War. There's a map contest happening. A map contest tournament happening tomorrow, where the 5 best maps is voted by the community. We're gonna play a bunch of games on them. You should go sign up. Go play. Anyways, I'll be Grimmy's up there. Nina's getting into it too, but she's not top right now. She was at previous patches. Anyways, we got to run some ads, so we don't run ads in game, and I'll be back very soon. Test the first Stormgate Dairy. Okay, for now though, we're gonna see why maybe expanding first instead of getting a couple vaults is maybe not the play. A bunch of fiends are gonna show up and they're gonna kill pretty much every prism in this base. And yes, prisms do build relatively quickly and they're cheap. Is very impactful. And we're gonna see a second set of 2 fiends because he opened a double vault delayed expand, but There we go. More prisms are going to go down here. This time, not enough prisms to really kill off all these fiends, I don't think. So now we're going to start seeing, first of all the prisms go down. And second, prisms are going to get pulled into it because prisms are the best combat unit that Celestials have. At least in the early game. So they're actually going to get a really nice surround here, getting on top of the Faerun, taking the effigy down, so the minus armor's not really going to be there anymore. And they just burst the Faerun down. This is a surprise. I'm always surprised because I'm into the Judicator node, but it's not here just yet. Spent a lot of energy healing prisms up as well. But when you pull all the prisms here, there's just a lot of stuff to kill, and without splash damage until the Gaunts arrive, they're not really doing a lot. And remember, no Soul Brand Chakrams means that splash damage is not incredibly effective, as you could have killed those fiends, but Stormgate's going to get claimed. Unstable Necrolytes are actually a really good choice into this army because it just means the Kree are going to struggle to get on top. Look at that combo with the Dark Prophecy and the Sabers together. That's a lot. It's not enough to kill everything, but it does get a lot of these units very low here. Look at all the poppage. It does do friendly fire. Now the fiends are going to run through and try to body block this forward, but the Saber does decent splash damage, so that's going to be fine for now. And this Dark Prophecy is just I don't think you can fight into that. That is just annihilating Kell. Now, again, you don't want to lose you really don't want to lose the Kree. Animancers with all of these Energizer nodes, by the way, so it's like constant Dark Prophecy spam. Having the Necrolytes make having this Animancer power that much stronger because you can try to slow them down, although it's not being cast right now. Necrolytes get on top of stuff. That's not what you're looking for, but Dark Prophecy will blow things up at the end, so not the thing. It's a lot of, it's what, 5, 6 Hellborn here right now? Don't ask me to count this, but it's like 6 Hellborn sieging away at this Celestial position. So even though Celestial is up in supply, and it has a very strong army, going up this ramp is a little bit difficult. Slightest, and remember, he's only on 4 bases. You like to cut these trees down, maybe make this rally from this base a little bit easier. But he's only on 4 bases, and now Dark Prophecy is going to move in. We do have the Weavers, a little bit tankier, right? 380 HP. Not a lot. They are very dedicated anti-air, but if there's no, or they're dedicated air-to-air, but if there's no anti-air, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to take a fight at a different angle now, where there are no Judicator nodes, and now everything's going to move in and back and out. Dark Prophecy going to rising there. I think that would be pretty good piece of utility. But the problem right now is, even as this setup is still very good for our Celestial player, you're still a little bit afraid of running through your own prophecies. That's a problem with how long they sit there, but also just going up these ramps. That doesn't feel very good. As Tier 3 Stormgate is getting Abaddon drops or something, or using Harbingers to find flanking angles, because this composition fights incredibly well front to back. Welcome back. We're just waiting for Kell to come back, waiting for that game to get started, as my camera is just a little too high. Maybe it's this way? There we go. That better? Needs to go up a little more. There we go. A little bit more centered in frame. This has been bothering me for a while. I'm like, we can just fix it right now. All right, so 5-minute break for Kell, 11. He asked for a 5-minute break 10 minutes ago. So we'll see. Glad the player base has stabilized to a higher number this week. It goes to show it's giving a chance, and playing it is helping. Yeah, it's just a matter if we get there. We do need to do. I'm doing everything I can, Ulrich, and I'm not trying to say you're saying, well, Beo, you need to do more. I'm doing everything I can. We're going to find information on how Shroud works now. There is a wiki that should be updated, but I can just tell you. Every infernal structure builds Shroud. Okay, so every infernal structure generates Shroud. Effigies do as well. Infernal structures build faster on Shroud. If at least if the center of the structure is on Shroud, it builds faster. Gaunts, if they have the right upgrade, if they're standing on Shroud and do damage, they apply Curse, which is the old Infest. If you're on Shroud, infernal units regenerate as well. If they're out of combat, they don't in combat, but out of combat they regenerate. If you're doing Infernal Fury, if brutes have Infernal Fury, when they charge, they have an attack speed boost afterwards if they're fighting on Shroud. Fiends, if they're fighting on Shroud, every attack does -2 armor. Weavers move faster on Shroud. And I think that's it. So at the end of the day, a lot of like small buffs for the Infernal Army if they're fighting on Shroud, and then some things that make your macro a little bit more efficient. Hey, Vettel, how are you? We're hyped for the Aureil Grand Final and 3 more circuits. Not the Aureil girlfriend, Senna. Although if Aureil has a girlfriend, congratulations. If Aureil has a boyfriend, also congratulations. I don't care. But you know. Fun fact, FG's counting structures right now, so you have to kill them all on a base raid to win. Yeah. That has been no, David, you want to talk about things counting as structures that I did not know until I lost a base trade. The old creep camps, they counted as structures. So the creep towers that you would get when you would claim a creep camp, that counted as a structure. So I lost a base trade because I was out of structures. I'm like, I don't know why I'm still in this game, but my opponent was also kind of out of structures. But my last creep camp respawned before his did. So my camp died and I lost. Of course, creep camps aren't in the game anymore, but that was a thing. No debuffs versus non-infernals. No, it does not debuff non-infernals in any way. In any way. And Aureil has not in his Abbey. Also, congratulations. Yep. Creep towers, camp towers did count as structures. Yep, they did, Senna. I lost a base trade because of it. Vettel, I'm going to finish a cast compilation video for Warhammer Dawn of War tournament from back in the day in a few. Oh, very nice. I never got into Dawn of War, but it was kind of before my time. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I had to go into the Discord. I'm like, why did I lose this game? I was like, well, you know, you see. You got the, you know, you lost. I'm like, creep camps count as structures? What I think about Stormgate out of beta, I think that 1v1 is a lot of fun. Obviously, it still has room to go, but I think it's fun. I've been having a lot of fun laddering in the time that I've had. Fuse, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. But, and I really enjoy specifically the new campaign missions. I thought Mission 7 was a ton of fun. In terms of balance, Celestials are a little underpowered. But Infernal versus Vanguard is actually pretty fair, I think. I think it is tuned, I don't know, it's 50-50, but it's pretty solid. I was doing a base trade. Professor Wannabe says, the enemy had double the army size that I did, and I was chasing his hidden bases, and out of nowhere, here's the victory screen. What happened? Well, my units killed an effigy. It was the last building. Very nice. You're like, wait, why'd I win? What happened? Please help. Anyways, we're going to move into game number 1 of Aureil and Kell. Molten Horizon, one of the new maps, is the first map. In the bottom left here in the blue, he's a Celestial player. This is his tournament. It's Aureil. And in the upper right in the red, the Infernal player. It's Kell. In the break, we were talking about base trades. And what counts and what doesn't count for a base trade. Like, effigies are structures. And you have to kill all of them to complete the base trade. And how in early access, before they got rid of the creep camps, the creep towers that you would claim counted as structures. And Turlag, in early access, some players would go and they would Celestial Char, they would surge their Eon Gate, and it would go invisible. So you'd have to search around the map for an invisible structure in order to win. I hate that, but I love it. Yes, in Discord, they have been testing maps with Stormgates and creeps. Rick Mary's maps in particular have been doing that. I haven't had a chance to play them just yet. I don't know. We'll see. And then talking about balance, because there was this question also in the break, as a Fiend gets in before the wall is complete. Unfortunately, means a couple prisms are going to go down. Aureil's going to have to probably pull some prisms here. But Even Celestial, Grimmy saying, you know, even Celestials, they don't seem as bad as they did at the start. We fully expected to see Celestials being the lagging race by quite a bit, like during the first couple days of launch, strictly because of how their entire macro has changed. So there's not like Infernals and Vanguard, they had their builds, they had their build orders, and they just needed some minor variants to go and update for Necrolyte. But everything changed for Celestials. All the macro changed for Celestials. So you just can't rely on the same builds and timings and hope it's gonna work. Not easily. So I'm not surprised to see that be a little jankier. And it's kind of cool that we're seeing, I still think Celestial is the lagging race. But yeah, I'm with you, Grimmy. I don't know that it's as bad as people are saying they were. I feel Infernal's mass units too fast. Even if you wipe their army, it's back in 1 minute. Even if you wipe their army, it's back in 1 minute. Well, that's just good macro. Because realistically, you're not using, because you're spreading so many effigies, you're likely not using Hellspawn Resurgence all that often.
Dimensional rift attack
is the thing, right? So you're not all of the sudden getting more, you're not like getting max charges and going from there. But you are seeing Infernal's parade push a little bit, which every faction can do. Like, you know, that is the most innovation won tournaments in StarCraft 2, parade pushing with Terran versus Zerg.
A Stormgate has appeared.
So I'm not sure I buy that their stuff comes too quickly compared to other factions. Again, if you're keeping up with your macro. If you're keeping up with your macro, anything can do that. Now, maybe their movement speed across the map on the ladder maps is too fast because the ladder maps are very small for the most part. So it feels bad to go and kind of wipe the army and come back. But yeah, that just sounds like a macro issue because you should, if you give someone time, they should be able to get their army back. Because first Stormgate is going to get claimed by this pack of fiends. Are you serious right now, Kell? This is not efficient Stormgate play. Although in fairness, this is like a very fast feed. Look at the attack speed on this thing. This vector opening coming out of Aureil. He's gonna have to blink out of here, run behind. This is a 120 HP avatar fiend that attacks even faster than normal fiends do. But like, this is not worth it. No, I'm sorry. There have to be better uses of a power stone than just avataring a single fiend. That's like the lowest supply thing in the game. I wipe the middle of the map by the time I get to their base as Vanguard, they're maxed out. Well, again, that sounds like that is how games work, right? Like they're gonna have their army, if you wipe their army, legitimately wipe their army, they're not gonna have as much back home, but they have defender's advantage. So while your army is rallying across the map, their army's back at home and they're massing up more of it and they have a high ground probably. And if your army is also not getting better, getting bigger over the course of that time, you probably should be looking at how much stuff you're building. Yeah, but yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Kell was prioritizing our entertainer there. That was not cost efficient, by the way. You got like a single vector and like a prism for this avatar fiend. Now you gotta be a little careful here, but Judicator node is gonna be done in time. Never mind, he canceled it. I don't know why Aureil canceled the Judicator node, but now he's got to be a little bit careful here. And these vectors, they don't have recall potential just yet, so they're not particularly fast, as we will see. The collection array gets taken down, but guess what? Gets rebuilt ASAP for free because that's how these things work. And yeah, so Judicator node, totally fine right there. And just going to get healed up as well by the Grace Light node eventually. So 4-base Celestial versus 4th base on the way for Kell. If you power a servo, will the servo gather faster? No, I don't think so, Professor Wannabe. But yeah, I can't get over avataring a fiend. It's just, there's gotta be like, bring the avatar back, get yourself a Hellborn. You know, get to tier 2, get a Hellborn, have a Hellborn that's attacking every like 0.9 seconds. That seems pretty good. For now, though, talking about Hellborns, they're going to get jumped on top of here by these vectors, and that doesn't feel very good for our Infernal player. So second Stormgate's now going to be here, and nice positioning. He's going to be able to take down some of this army while the rest of the army can't really fight. Now Blake's in, gets a Hellborn, Blake's back out of there, no longer takes bonus damage, and off Shroud, this is not an army that fights particularly well. Does have Infernal Fury, but man, Aureil is finding so much value with these mass vector style. Now, we've seen this happen before. We saw MC play this mass vector style yesterday, and it looked pretty good. As the Fiends go, they do claim the second Stormgate for our Infernal player. We saw him play this mass vector style. It looked pretty good. And then he lost a game up like 150 supply. So this is an army that can, play the harassment game very well, do that pretty nicely, but you do have to be careful. Once the Infernal army gets high enough, once the supply increases enough, it can still feel pretty awkward. Have we announced the front runners of the map tournament? Not just yet. I don't think Algorithmer's been running that one. So we should hear today, I'm assuming. Now, Algorithmer, correct me if I'm wrong on the survey, but anyways, vectors move in, get a little bit more damage, force the effigy get dropped decently far away. And remember, this effigy, you're not gonna have a permanent one ever, because it's a 25-second cooldown. Effigy's shroud lasts, I think, for 20 seconds. So you're just not gonna have, you can propagate permanent ones, but you can't create a permanent one from an impermanent one. This army just gets evaporated. My goodness, here with the sabers and the vectors, it's just, and you're not running away, because vectors with the upgrade, they move 30% faster as well. So what's 30%? They move like 7 movement speed or something like that. Now, vectors are very, very fast. Oh, wait, Frank's running the survey. I'm sorry, Algorithmore. I wonder if Kell will see Aureil's base at 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Aureil is on 6 bases. Kell's on 4, so the economy's starting to really get there for Aureil, moving his way up to the Eon Gates. Where's our first Eon Gate? It is somewhere over the rainbow. There it is. There's our Eon Gate. Arc Fortress is complete, by the way, so we are solidly on to tier 3. And I'm just sad that we're not seeing these Arc Fortresses used aggressively, because Fate Ender Beam is back, baby. It's 1200 damage on a 10-second cooldown, or a 10-second channel and then like a 20-second cooldown. So if you get the full channel off, it's a lot of damage. You can get 2 of them out with a full energy, Arc Fortress, which granted, you can't go and get it. You can't get energy back off the Energizer nodes, so it's only 2 of them. But 2 Fate Ender Beams do in fact kill structures. They do kill bases, right? Shrine's only 1500 HP, so it can be pretty effective here to break stuff down. But for now, there's a little bit of pressure coming in from these vectors. They poke forward, poke out. A little surprised to see Aureil not just kind of keeping them in the Wellspring when he's not actively fighting, but so it is. This is a lot of sabers, though. And this is something where it would generally feel like you would really want to go and have a bunch of Spriggans, but that's where the vectors come in. So Spriggans are not all that useful. The Dragon's not a really saving grace either, and we're moving into sides behind this as well. So this army that Aureil's been able to build for himself, has been able to buy the time for, is very well rounded. You have these vectors, they deal with a lot of the light units, they deal with the Spriggans, and then the sabers deal with everything else. Starlight says also purifying the fortress, which is really strong as a push. Yeah, kind of. This Swarm Mother is like, please let me move. You're trying really hard, buddy. You're just like a dog running at a window. It's not going to work out very well. Yeah, this Kell about halfway through this push, and we're going to see the Zenith scan go down, see exactly what's there, and well, that's just gonna be the Swarm Mother. So the tiny little Swarmlings, they're solid in that they just soak a lot of damage, but you do want to be able to take the fight with them. So Kell setting up for a big flank coming in right now. It's so many sabers, though, that the splash damage is just oppressive as we run in. Well, Weavers are gonna try to do what they can here, but the sabers are chunking very, very hard. And now Vector's getting talking backline, take the effigy down a little bit more, and Weavers die. And this is just a massive army. Now, you don't want to run into all these Hellborn like that. That's a little dicey. These Hellborn do a giga damage, 75 damage to heavy, but it does not seem to matter whatsoever. The Swarm Mother dies, everything dies, the Vectors run in, and Aureil just kind of A-moves the guy. Insane burst, as MSRM has said. And yeah, it's like, I look at this army. Kell wanted that fight. I don't think he should have taken that fight. And I think when you're looking at this massive units like this, although as I say that, Aureil might have overcommitted a little bit here. The rally's not that fast, and this concave up the ramp is a little bit spooky. But we do have core ascendancy, so Mass Accelerator is more impactful, self-repairs a little bit better, and I think the rally is probably gonna be enough to take this down. Yeah, Vector's doing a good job taking down all the chaff down, and once this Hellborn dies, Kell's just broke. So 190 supply to 82. He's trying desperately to hold on here, but he's not gonna kill this number of sabers, and the rally continues to move forward. Aureil continues to claim that many more bases, and now we're on the soft underbelly of this Infernal. Downside, Aureil's not built enough production at 3.5k, 1.2k. What happened to pairs for sale? I don't know, actually, Vettel. It used to be pairs, meat, and bread, where pairs were Celestials, meat was Infernals, and bread was Vanguard. But in a patch, it went away. I assumed it was a bug, but we still got bread. So I don't know. Sabers hate this one trick. Spriggans, yeah, but sure, Vectors love this one trick. Spriggans. Vectors shred Spriggans. Their bonus damage, anti-air, it's 14 damage, 3 volley, fire and burst of 3 versus Spriggans. Spriggans have like, what, 80 HP? They are. That's why you get all these Vectors. It keeps your Sabers very safe against the most common counter. And by the way, we got 9 scythes at a time. A dog has found his way into the office. Yeah, probably. Dog has found his way into the office because he's taking his afternoon nap. He's very cute, though. He's wrapped around my audio cables, so please help. He got himself, I have like a hanging XLR cable, and he somehow managed to get himself wrapped around it. So we're good. We're fine. That has been kept safe here. Is Kell, I mean, Aureil just was banking a lot, so kind of hard to go make this break happen, but the scythes are coming in now, and even though they only do like 7 damage a shot, it might be 9. Yeah, 12 damage versus heavy, 6 versus everything else. There's just so many of them that it should be enough to just sit on top of the Gaunts, and once the Gaunts die, everything else dies. So, Aureil, bit of a tech swap here, and Kell's gonna go get taken out. Game 1 goes the way of Aureil in the quarterfinals. There we go. I've seen an MSR game, M game where he wins from here. Yeah, you get a lot of dragons, HYY. This is MSRM's comfort zone. It is. Have we seen anyone use the morph cores for mid-game tech switch? Is that a possibility to throw off opponents? Yes to the second question. I don't know that I've seen it being used, though. It might have happened, but it's hard to notice as an observer. Where's the doggo? In his crate, going down for a nap. Because Claire is off to go see a musical with friends, so the dogs have to be crated. Because one dog is not mine. One dog is visiting. One dog we are watching. He's about 2 years old. The other one is my dog is 6 months old. Very cute, very much a goofball. I do not trust her as far as I can throw her. And she's only about 27 pounds. Because she's still very much a puppy, so I can throw her very far. Oh, it's not an XLR cable. It's my table control cable. All right, I need to fix that later. I can't get the cable manager thing to go and go back where it needs to. Turning Star Forges into Legion Halls once you get to tier 3 will be a thing for sure. That'd be really cool. Yeah, I agree with me. I haven't seen it yet, though. Is there an equivalent to Reserve Queen? No, not really. Someone might think of a good analog, but I can't think of anything. When Cell Eco gets to equal footing as the other two factions, it's going to be one hell of a ride. Yeah, I think realistically what they should do instead of, again, increase mining per worker, I think just increase the cap to 16. That solves most of the issues while being asymmetric design and not breaking things too much. Hey, Zyka123, thanks so much for the 100 bits. We're going to move into game number 1. Game number 2, excuse me, of this quarterfinals. Winner moves on to the semis. Losers out. It's on short circuit. Here we are, game number 2 of this series. Aureil looking pretty solid. Game number 1. Mass Vector, Mass Saber into a Scythe transition when he felt he needed to. And Kell was just not able to counter. I think that build, if Aureil goes for the build that we saw him go for, I think you play with Flaming Imps. I think that splash damage, that instantaneous splash damage, is incredibly necessary to serve as a counter to the Mass Vector. Hello, Gary Organis. I don't know this Mr. Stormgate, but I do enjoy a Stormgate, and I stream and cast a lot of it, so sure. Tier C is the way to play the community maps, to download them from Discord and manually build them in the editor. That is one way to do it. That is the way to do it. That is a good way to do it. Another way to do it is to go and, by the way, double vault here pretty aggressively forward. Seems like Kell wants to go and get quad fiends into Illuminate line very fast. But the other way to do it, and sorry, he does have fiends across the map already. The other way to do it is to go and just get someone that has the map to host it up for you. And then if you play it once, it's going to be in your custom map list. But that's a lot of fiends. So yeah, this arc ship is going to have to go lift. And that already is a little bit of damage. Because the way that works is we're going to see the prisms, which are surprisingly solid early game fighting units. This is still a lot of fiends here. And if they get every single, they might get every single prism. Maybe not every single one, but this is like a vast majority of the celestial economy going down. And remember, collection rays don't mine at all. So this is what you see is what you get here. This is, I think we might be going to game 3 very fast. There's no wall here. Wall was not ready in time. We're looking at 5 prisms. Yeah, no. This is, yeah, yep, Aureil's dead. GG. He's going to get forced to tap out. We're going to go to game 3. A little bit too greedy there. Quad arc ship into a one base all in. Yeah, that's not supposed to work. But Aureil is going to fall down. We move to game 3. Vettel, yeah, I'm not super interested in Age of Empires, to be honest. I know a lot of people love it. I'm a Blizzard RTS guy. I never really got into Age of Empires. So, yeah, it's not really my niche. Couldn't he have scanned? If he scanned the main base HYY, which I didn't actually see, I was busy talking to chat. If he scanned the main base, he wouldn't have picked this up because it was the iron vaults were forward on the map, and so the effigies going down to the low ground kind of say, oh, there's probably going to be a base, and we see a lot of Infernal players on this map in particular going and playing. What's the word? A lot of play in this map in particular going and playing a like a 3 shrine style. Although we did see 4 arc ship into all in from MC yesterday, where he went 4 arc ship and then built a couple creation chambers and just overbuilt prisms to the extreme and pulled like 20 prisms with his Argent timing. And I think he won the game out with it. Touch Meaty started with StarCraft 2, was intrigued by Stormgate, and switched to AoE 4. Yeah, awesome. Glad you enjoy it. I got some friends that are big Age of Empires fans. It just, it's not doesn't tickle my fancy in the same way that StarCraft 2 or Stormgate has. Mister, what was the Infernal doing? Infernal was double vault, single base, all in, like Big Fiend all in. Yeah, so Vettel was asking me to cast stream play Age of Empires. And I said, yeah, it's not for me. And Tosh said, yeah, well, you know, I really like Age of Empires, which is fair. We did have a scan go down from Aureil, as by the way, we are in game 3. We're tied up at one apiece. Scan go from Aureil in this game, as we can see. He can see that there's double effigy, and he actually, by this scan, he did see the natural going down. So, based on that timing, he kind of knows what's happening here. So we're going to see Tribute Pyre, 3 Shrine. It's going to be triple Shrine from Aureil as we're triple mining, I guess. Triple Chamber, triple Arc Ship from Aureil as well. And this is a map. I think once you see the Shrine go down, you can say, yep, okay, I can go for Storm. I can go for Arc Ship maybe. But yeah, that last game, it was bad. Zeratul Sniper, again, I don't know if he scanned or not, but even if you don't see the Shrine, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is no Shrine, depending on how he placed it. And he saw the double effigy going into the natural last game, so that kind of implies that it is that it is a expand build. And then we had, if this was the other map, then we had like double vault here, so the scan wouldn't catch it. Oh wow! Swap the screen. Thank you. We're in game now. Game number 3. It's a triple Shrine versus triple Arc Ship play. You didn't see the fact that I forgot to swap the screen. You didn't see any of that at all. Yeah, I'm with you, TRC, in that. I hope they can make the maps like Frost Giant hostable instead of just player hostable. And they're working on it. They do have plans to have some sort of arcade custom map list. There are plans to do that. It's just a matter of, we're unlike the early versions of the Stormgate, or early versions of the editor. So the fact that they have what they have is awesome. You really like to see is having Rushy and I play this tournament as players rather than casters. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Stormgate, all things considered. Like to be able to say that. At times I've been very highly ranked in other playtests. Don't have a ton of time to grind the games right now, but you know, like I run into any of these top players, I get crushed.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
So, anyways, for Array here, a bunch of fiends are going to cause some problems, so this Array will fall. Again, it's free. It's opportunity cost lost, but realistically, not that big of a deal because you're not mining out of it just yet. You're still only on, you know, 4 bases, not on 5. And Zeratul Sniper, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Thank you so much. What race do I play, Hiru? I primarily play Infernals. I try to mess around with some other stuff, but I understand... as a Zerg player, Infernals are kind of the way the macro works makes a little bit of sense to me. And like it's the way I've certainly spent the most hours in. So yeah, I primarily play Infernals. I've been trying to mess around with Celestials a little bit, not on ladder, but just kind of get a vibe for how they're playing. But yeah, I primarily play Infernals. Custom maps are amazing. Hope some of them make the ladder pull. Yeah, I agree. Very excited to see that happening. And I cannot promise anything. So this 5th base continues to get denied. I can't promise anything whatsoever. But what I will say is that I know Frost Giant would like to go and add custom maps into the ladder pool. And I have sent them a list, not on their own prompting, but I have said, hey guys, if you're going to add custom maps to the pool, in order of priority, these are the maps that I think you should add. So I think sooner rather than later, I think we're going to get those. Wait, Samuel Mole, one thing I don't like about Stormgate is that the units move like League of Legends compared to Dota 2. They turn like a piece of paper. It's not that fluid with some units. There is no turn rate in League of Legends. Dota 2 has turn rate. That is like one of the... Someone's not going to think about it, but that's one of the big distinctions in in Dota versus League is that League, none of the heroes, none of the champions have none of the champions have any turn rate. Whereas in Dota, that's a big thing. That's why Batrider at times has been a mid map or a mid lane dominator, because his sticky nasal, or not sticky napalm, not sticky nasal goo, it reduces your turn rate. So like there are units, and it's a balancing angle. So for example, Hurricanes, formerly Helicarriers, have a pretty decent turn rate. They are slow and ponderous, whereas other units don't. Marines have a very, very minimal turn rate. I have sticky nasal goo, Farmy says. You should go to the doctor for that one, friend. But yeah, no concepts for the 4th race just yet. As Aureil getting ready to move here. There's a 4-base timing that he really likes to do right around the 2nd Stormgate timing. It's a lot of units. It works sometimes, it doesn't work sometimes. We're gonna have to see how effective he's gonna be. Wasn't able to ever get that 5th base up, which is a little bit unfortunate here, but moving forward, getting on top of things. But now the brutes are gonna run in. Nice target fire though. Moves forward, takes the fly Ren down, dashes backwards, and I don't know how much more you're gonna be able to do with this, but re-engages once again, and he is in decent position to go attack the 2nd Stormgate, which remember, 150% damage. So theoretically, he can go contest this, but it looks like he's going to back up for now. It's 10 Kree at a time. This is a very low-tech army coming out of Aureil. It's just about building a lot of stuff and then jumping on top of the back lines if you can. But no Animancers, no Sabers, no Vectors, nothing like that. Just tons and tons of units going on top. More stuff ideally beats less stuff as he moves in, forces a oh, this is so well done from Kell. Triggers a single Magmadon stun, zones them all out, but he's got a second one where that came from. This one's going for the stun. It's gonna force the Kree to disengage once again, but they re-engage anyways, getting on top of this back line a little bit more. Murderers start to find their way forward. You gotta get on top of these Hellborn, otherwise this fight doesn't go very well. Another stun, another Magmadon going in, and Kell is doing such a good job of staggering this. But even still, the Magmadons will fall to the Archons on the backside. Kree doing a very nice job of dealing with a lot of this chaff here, and it looks like he's gonna be able to get it on top. There we go, Heaven Step on top of the Hellborn on the backside. Keep saying backside. He keeps getting on top of him though, and it doesn't actually kill him. Surprisingly enough, no really empowered Archons for the time being, so only one Hellborn died. That's still a lot of damage taken out of this army. But remember, there's a low-tier army out of Aureil. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to find the right arc ship, but I'm pretty sure he's only on arc ship tech. Pretty sure there's no arc station, no arc fortress. This is just a tier 1 timing, and that does mean that the army quality is not gonna get that much better. He's just trying to have a lot of stuff. He's got 3 more creation chambers on the way. He's gonna be going up to he's gonna be going up to 13 chamber. And this is just not an army that does a ton of damage for the time being, as effigies get taken down. That's going to be a 2nd Stormgate, going to go the way of Kell. And as this game goes on and game continues, this does look a lot worse. Looks like we temporarily died. Glad you're all are back here in Presidential Panda. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Classic style gameplay looks really good, then really bad. I don't really like this version of Celestial in Necrolyte, honestly. Tier 1 units against a bunch of tier 2, tier 3 units. Yeah, you gotta have such a supply lead to make it work, but you gotta get on top of them right now. The Sky Hunters aren't really doing all that much, and it's this kind of awkward kite job. You gotta make sure the Magmadons are done before you fully engage, but just get on top. Oh, this is actually really nice. Gets on top of the backside. Really good surround on top of a lot of these high-tech units, on top of the Hellborn, on top of these Gaunts, and playing around the static defense of the structures, doing a decent amount of damage here. This is actually pretty nice for Aureil, all things considered, but it doesn't have a really good way of dealing with the Magmadons that are just stomping through and taking a lot of these Kree down. And when you're building 13 Kree at a time, it's great against everything that are not named Magmadons. That's the problem. Magmadons, 540 HP, decent armor, and they just do an AoE stun. Yeah, it's bonus damage versus heavy. It's not versus light, but it's still enough that it makes these Kree very difficult to actually find the value that they're looking for, as now structures starting to get taken down that much more. Kree have to cut away on the right side because there's Magmadon there, left side as well, and this just looks more and more that even though these surrounds are happening, the quality of this army from Aureil is just not strong enough. So kind of a cool idea, taking advantage of how Scarlet Isle works, but Aureil's gonna get forced to tap out here. And that means Kell moves on to the semifinals. Of course, if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, go sub to the YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. I've seen Aureil try that a couple times, and it just doesn't really seem to work all that well, unfortunately. This was Aureil Kell.mp4. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't show you the army value graph because I think it includes gremlins. So it lies all the time. But this was a much more expensive army from Infernals than it was from Celestials. Saber's any good? See them on ladder, but rarely in tournaments. We saw a Mass Saber game 1. Zyka. Looked really good. We saw Mass Saber we saw a decent amount of Sabers, not Mass, but adding it as part of the army into game number, what's the word? In game 1 of the Game Friends series as well. Yeah, the audio desync is something I'm trying to fix. It's because I'm using NDI. Fiend spawning them. It might also be true, David, but I think it's both. Anyways, we're gonna. Mana said he would play, might play Mana Circuit, Aureil Circuit, but if he had time, and I guess he doesn't have time this week. Anyways, we're gonna go for a break. When we're back, more games, more Stormgate, more Storm gaming. See y'all soon. Test the first Stormgate Dairy. Okay, for now though, we're gonna see we're gonna see why maybe expanding first instead of getting a couple vaults is maybe not the play. A bunch of fiends are gonna show up and they're gonna kill pretty much every prism in this base. And yes, prisms do build relatively quickly and they are cheap. Is very impactful. And we're gonna see a second set of 2 fiends because he opened a double vault delayed expand, but there we go. More prisms are going to go down here. This time, not enough prisms to really kill off all these fiends, I don't think. So now we're going to start seeing, first of all the prisms go down. And second, prisms are going to get pulled into it because prisms are the best combat unit that Celestials have. At least in the early game. So they're actually going to get a really nice surround here, getting on top of the Faerun, taking the effigy down. So the minus armor's not really going to be there anymore. And they just burst the Faerun down. This is a surprise. I'm always surprised because I'm into the Judicator node, but it's not here just yet. Spent a lot of energy healing prisms up as well. But when you pull all the prisms here, there's just a lot of stuff to kill. And without splash damage until the Gaunts arrive, they're not really doing a lot. And remember, no Soul Brand Chakrams means that splash damage is not incredibly effective, as you could have killed those fiends, but Stormgate's going to get claimed. Unstable Necrolytes are actually a really good choice into this army because it just means the Kree are going to struggle to get on top. Look at that combo with the Dark Prophecy and the Sabers together. That's a lot. It's not enough to kill everything, but it does get a lot of these units very low here. Look at all the poppage. It does do friendly fire. Now the fiends are going to run through and try to body block this forward, but the Saber does decent splash damage, so that's going to be fine for now. This Dark Prophecy is just I don't think you can fight into that. That is just annihilating Kell. Now, again, you don't want to lose you really don't want to lose the Kree. Animancers with all of these Energizer nodes, by the way, so it's like constant Dark Prophecy spam. Having the Necrolytes make having this Animancer power that much stronger because you can try to slow them down, although it's not being cast right now. Necrolytes get on top of stuff. That's not what you're looking for, but Dark Prophecy will blow things up at the end, so not the thing. It's a lot of, it's what, 5, 6 Hellborn here right now? Don't ask me to count this, but it's like 6 Hellborn sieging away at this Celestial position. So even though Celestial is up in supply, and it has a very strong army, going up this ramp is a little bit difficult. Slightest, and remember, he's only on 4 bases. You like to cut these trees down, maybe make this rally from this base a little bit easier. But he's only on 4 bases, and now Dark Prophecy is going to move in. We do have the Weavers, a little bit tankier, right? 380 HP. Not a lot. They are very dedicated anti-air, but if there's no, or they're dedicated air-to-air, but if there's no anti-air, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to take a fight at a different angle now, where there are no Judicator nodes, and now everything's going to move in and back and out. Dark Prophecy going to rising there. I think that'd be pretty good piece of utility. But the problem right now is even as this... Welcome back, friends. I have gone and added a little bit of a delay. Tiny bit. I thought it was NDI. I went back and looked at the recording, which is just my side, and it's still a little bit offset. So I have gone and added like a 0.15 second delay on my audio. Let me know if this is enough. I can always go mess around with it behind the scenes, but I got a live Q8 team right here. It's all, whew, we dropped 100 viewers. I was gonna say all about 240 of you, but how do I manage to generate highlights live? I have a replay buffer going, and I save them, and then I have a script that inserts them into a VLC playlist. Vettel. We get Infernal versus Vanguard. This is actually a sick matchup. Scarlet Isle is going to be map number 1. And away we go. Game number 1 here of this series is still offset. All right, let's go and add 65 milliseconds. Let's see if this works. Anyways, we're going to move into game 1 of Snockstar and HYY. Here we go. On the north side of the map, in the red, playing Vanguard, it's HYY. And on the bottom side of the map, in the blue, from Aftermath, Snockstar. God, I hate this. This should not be viable, and I'm pretty sure it's not in the new patch, but... Servo overcharge, Sentry Post rush. Now, it makes sense to do it on this map because you have everyone's going to be playing greedy with the pocket base. That's generally the expectation. But look at this, Fiend's out early, and because this is not a shrine first, it buys enough time. It buys a decent amount of time. You're not going to stop the base from going down, but that's not necessarily the goal. But you are going to slow it down. And now servo overcharge is done. Fiend's can get on top of these servos that are not nearly as tanky as they used to be. And this is just buying time, right? You're trying to buy time to make sure the Shroud Stones go up so the high ground doesn't really happen. It does slow down your natural, which is unfortunate, but remember, this is 6 servos sitting here, dealing with sibilance, as it were. But 6 servos sitting here on the other side of the map. It's about half your income. Not really doing what it needs to do, but yep, Shroud Stones should be done just in time. Tribute Pyre here as well. Another Brute's gonna get made, and well, this Lancer can't do anything. Barracks is dying. There is a Sentry Post here, but it's not gonna be allowed to complete. That's gonna get canceled, and this is the difference. Plus 30% movement speed versus plus 50% movement speed makes. Yes, it is a contain on the high ground. But yeah, Snockstar can very safely expand at this point. You're not super worried about it. And HYY has, he's lost one of them, but he has a bunch of servos on the other side of the map. So like, what are you gonna do? Expand? Your economy's already in a bit of a rough spot. Snockstar has held this with flying colors. He's fine. Yeah, this rush is done, David Border says. Fiends will kill the racks. They do so much damage to buildings, and there's nothing fast enough to catch them. It didn't quite kill the racks. In fact, it's getting repaired back up to full. But it did require a reaction. It did require the Lancer to go and try to go kill off the Fiends, if nothing else. And Snockstar is contained on 2 bases. This map, if this didn't have a pocket natural, would be a little bit dicier. But he's contained on 2 bases. But if you look at what he's doing here, he's got his Greater Shrine done. There's a Hellborn on the map, and you just go and sit this Hellborn on the high ground, out of range of the saw launch, right? Range 7, you're looking at range 10. It's just gonna slowly chip this down. One single repair turret is not enough to keep this thing alive by itself, so just go and take it down. And yeah, sure, there's a natural being made, but there's a lot of mining time that HYY has lost, and yeah, sure, Lancers run forward, who cares? It's 75 damage versus the Lancers, right? They're heavy units. This is just, yeah, just gotta have to find some way to sell it maybe, and another Lancer goes in, goes out, shakes it all about, it's dead. So, it wasn't even able to get sold. And this is just a unfortunate situation. HYY didn't commit for this, and he should get the first Stormgate, I think. Now, Miss Micro lost the Fiends, but it's held either way. Yeah, it's all these Fiends had to do, realistically, was go and buy enough time for the two Shroudstones to get up. Once they were there, really wasn't a whole lot that could be done. So now we got a third base on the way for Snockstar. Stormgate was, in fact, not claimed at all. I thought I saw the Stormgate get claimed. The Lancers aren't really going to go for it. It doesn't really cost a lot to claim this as an Infernal player. It is just 2 Fiends if no one else hits it. And now we're just in this awkward scenario where HYY is trying to go for a bio push on a very long map. DH Lives last. Where do we vote on the maps for the map contest? If you go to the FAB map contest thread, there should be a Google form within there that allows you to vote on the maps. Lancers take too long on the gate. I think 3 Lancers, it might be too late now, but 3 Lancers from the top, I think probably claim it. Would it be better for Vanguard to sell all and go plan B because Infernal cannot refund its 2 towers? Maybe. But realistically, you were still lacking like half of your eco for a good portion of time with the servos being sold, or the servos being sent across the map. So that's the big issue. You know, he did sell some of this stuff, but the big issue, right, is again just how much slower your economy is compared to Snockstar's because you went for this push. Because you sent 6 probes across sent 6 servos across the map early. I will learn to stop calling them probes one day, but man, they look so probe-like sometimes. How to play the maps before voting? There is you can go download the different maps in the thread and then build them in the map editor and then go play on them. Or get Matt or Guillotine or Aureil to pop into a custom game for just a second, host it up for you, and therefore get them downloaded for yourself, and then you can go play on them as often as you would like. Yeah, just finding people to host the games is great. That is by far that is the easier solution, but downloading them, putting them into documents /Stormgate /maps and building them from there is also not that big of a deal. Have the Celestials been fixed yet? No, but they are solving some difference. It's not as bad as kind of initially thought. The biggest Celestial problem right now, I think, is the maps are just too short. And I think that is true of a lot of different things here. The ladder maps are just a little bit too small. And now, we're going to see this fight kick off here, and yeah, it's not on Shroud, but Curse has already been at least a little bit applied, and a bunch of Gaunts that have Reaper Rush. We don't have Infernal Fury, but a bunch of Gaunts with Reaper Rush versus these Exos is not a good scenario for the Exo player. Certainly not down 30 supply as he is.
Stormgate will activate soon.
So apparently we can see into the abyss here. a bit of a textural bug in the center of this Stormgate that's going to pop open pretty soon. Yeah, there's been a lot of people just seeding the maps and hosting up all different ones, and allowing people to play. The community is doing a really nice job. Do the AI bots function well on custom maps? I don't know. I haven't really tried. I don't believe you can play. No, you cannot play the challenger AIs on custom maps, which is a shame. I am very excited for that one. It's something that kind of when I was talking to Tim about it, he indicated they would like to be able to do it. It's not the engineering isn't in yet. Because that'd be really fun. I do enjoy playing. I enjoy the challenger format. Is a nice sensor drone here is going to see that, yep, there's a Harbinger on the way. And this is one of the reasons that I do like, and I know some people have been complaining about it, but now in order to get promote, you need to be on high command. And it's 50 energy, so it's not cheap. It's a good like one-off. It's not cheap. And by doing so, it means the earlier tier spells, the going for what was it? Going for the sensor drone, going for the overcharge a little bit is a little bit more cost effective. It's something people are more likely to do. But now the Stormgate's going to get attacked here as there's a drop of Gaunts into this third base location. And once you start losing servos, you start getting phantoms, and this can snowball very fast. So even as the Stormgate's going to get claimed by HYY here, there's a single Gaunt, which is not going to do anything. This is the big problem. Bunches of phantoms, bunches of Gaunts, and you do actually have to move this Harbinger over to make sure you can drop an effigy, but again, Harbinger into permanent effigy would be more efficient. As it stands, though, something was claimed by this Stormgate. Could be Void Prowlers looking for aggression on the other side, but damage has already been significantly done This drop has wiped out an entire mining base of HYY in a situation where he's already in a bit of a rough spot. Now, we will see Void Prowlers get into this third base, or this natural location, because remember, they can blink into Fog of War. So this does feel like a one-way trip for them for the time being, but it is getting a lot of damage done in exchange. HYY finding value on top of this. Now, problem is, he's already pretty far behind. And there's a big attack into this position as well as his third base. You got to go deal with both. His entire army dealing with the drop means there's nothing here to deal on this side of the map. And with tier 3 done, Shroud covers the map with Shroudfall. And that means not only is there nothing properly to deal with this, every single unit that HYY has moves, doesn't even move slower. It can't see. And look at this miasma on the ramp. Oh God, it's like half the damage on this entire army immediately. The miasma from these Hexen is just so oppressive, and system shock isn't done. So you're in this situation now where you're getting miasmas. There's no way to purge it. There's no way to, a couple medevac or a couple evacs, not evacs, a couple medics don't even heal it. And HYY is giga dead. Mega dead in this game. There's not a lot he can do. He's gonna try to cut away as much as possible, but this all-in that he went with put him in a really bad spot. He was not able to go find the value that he needed. It was not able to play greedy enough, was not able to get aggressive enough. That means that Snockstar takes game 1 in this semifinals.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
That one count of the Stormgate is draining medtech energy with the bounces. That is pretty fun. Yeah, so I do enjoy Hexen use quite a bit. What we're missing, though, I gotta go find my earbuds. I think they're in my backpack. What we are missing, though, is the Atlas drops. How do I micro exos without hitting the storm gates but the enemy units? Crazy to me that Brute got some mega nerfs, still the best unit. I don't know that Brute's the best unit anymore. Again, Hup, if you're taking, if you are making balanced decisions based off of this game, again, this game was bad because he went for a bunker rush that failed. Again, I don't know that Bruce, I'm going to say Bruce's the best unit. You get it early. But and it is a nice beef line, but realistically, Fiend is probably the best unit right now. We're going to get this game hosted up. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab my earbuds. Yeah, Brutes are okay. Yeah, they're good. They're not bad, but they're not, I don't think they're the best unit. I don't know that there is, especially with the dragon nerfs, I don't know that there's a like far and away best infernal unit. The race just kind of works well together. Exos, so the Stormgates should have lower target priority than anything else. It should be, I believe they changed it, so Exos have the lowest target priority in the game. Or Stormgates have one of the lower target priorities. But if the Stormgate is significantly closer than the units to your army, then you're in that situation where the target, you have to move the Exos forward, so the enemy units are a little bit closer. Should Kell and you and Kell should wait MSR. Yeah, you and Kell should wait MSRM. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna go find my earbuds very quickly. We're gonna move into game though, so you can see what's happening as we get started on game 2. I have returned. So now we're into game number 2 here between HYY and Snockstar, and it's gonna be Short Circuit, which is a pretty good map. We saw Aureil get absolutely bopped on it in the last series because he assumed it was gonna be a macro map. Shame on him. He was just fiend rushed. It was double vault fiend rushed. He had four arc ships and nothing else, which is not a good way to win a game. If you are getting attacked by a bunch of different fiends, it's like going for triple CC into a 12 pool or something. Like it's not good. This one's going to be a little bit more stable. Triple Shrine from Snockstar, which is what we see a lot of Infernal players doing. They just go for Triple Shrine because the map is fairly big and the bases are pretty close to each other. So it's pretty easy to go. And, oh, I just want to donate. Going up to a tier 2 sub. Joined with tier 1 earlier and now you got a tier 2. I honestly forgot those existed. It's been so long since anyone has done anything more than a tier 1 sub. But thank you very much there. I just want to donate. Check till Donatovac. Something. I don't know. I unfortunately cannot read Polish all that well. But yeah, Snockstar did win the gamble here. Got away with the Triple Shrine play. That means Zico is going to be pretty good. But this is still going to be a 5 racks timing. Coming out of HYY. A little surprised we're not seeing any quick draw, but you don't necessarily need it. And this build is designed to claim the first Stormgate in a convincing way. And then ideally you're getting a Faerun, you're getting a Creeping Horror, something like that. And you're able to go and just kind of run across the map and continue this parade push forward. It works much better on smaller maps than it does bigger maps. Downside is that we're going to see Soulbrand Chakram done pretty soon, which, think about it as you want. Yeah, Aureil, I know I just want to donate. Someone explained that to me earlier, but it feels awkward to just, referring to someone as their translated name rather than their actual name. Hey there, Carmi. But yeah, the attack's gonna now get started. Third base is on the way, of course, but with the Faerun and this 5 racks exo play, this is a lot of pressure. And of course, Gaunts are pretty good against this, but even still, the healing offsets a decent amount of the curse that gets applied. Now the effigy's gonna get dropped, so while the Shroud moves a little bit further forward and further yet still, so you don't want to fight on Shroud as Gaunts are not gonna move on top of this. I just don't think this works. I've seen this twice now. I saw Mana try it at one point earlier, and I think you just build a lot of Gaunts, and it just does not do the damage it's supposed to. I've not been particularly impressed with bio builds against Infernals right now. And I'm not saying that like Infernal versus Vanguard is super Infernal favorite. I think it's actually pretty even. But opening this bio style just doesn't really seem, I just haven't been super impressed with it. So we're gonna have to see. Maybe the second round's gonna work, and maybe HYY has some sort of transition that's gonna work out with this. We'll see. Vanguard tier 1 looks really weak. Would you consider Hedgehogs tier 1 or Hedgehogs tier 1.5? Because if you go the Hedgehog style, I think Hedgehogs I think it's actually pretty strong. I think that Hedgehog style that we've been seeing players do is pretty good. But yeah, that's fair. Calling on 1.5. But by that metric, Exos are also tier 1.5 because you need a biolab to get them. So, I don't know. Anyways, Quick Draw Hustle now on the way. I do like the new icon. They have changed it. It's no longer cross marks. Now it is an Exo that is hustling. It's moving forward. Very cute. So we do have that. Quick Draw Hustle's getting it started. More Exos getting added in. There will be kinetic redirection behind that, which means that Lancers, as they take more damage, they move faster, they attack faster. But we're looking at a 3-base Vanguard player versus a 3-base Infernal player, and this is not a fight you can take. Oh, Infernal Fury's done just in time. That is not, nope, that's not a fight. Run away, and you have no good way to run away because you don't have Hustle. So it's going to be another bad trade for HYY, and we were talking about the Exos last patch, or not the Exo, we're talking about Miasma in the last game. And I really do think that, and we saw this a little bit in previous patches, when you are in a Miasma patch, you want to get yourself up to drop Atlases. Because Miasma's very good against these bio units, right? Exos are sitting here at 110 HP. They take 20 damage per second as long as they sit in Miasma. Like, it crunches them pretty quickly. But it's not like Hexen are the tankiest thing in the world, and they are massively outranged, of course, by Atlases. They don't want to sit. You can go once you get Plasma Arc Infusion. They just kind of sit when they're channeling up their ability, when they're the cast time. They go or they're channeling up Necrotech Hexfield, not Miasma. When they're channeling up the Hexfield, they stand still. So you put all that together, and it's like, yeah, these Atlases are really good at taking that down. As now, it's pretty nice with this Bio Ball gonna go and try to target the Stormgate, because it means everything gets charged up. At least all the Exos get charged up a little bit, as Sentinel's starting to get added to the fray a little bit more. And playing around this corner is a very nice move from HYY. Corners are the bio player's the ranged player's best friend, realistically. You can kind of play around and force the melee units to charge around you. It works pretty nicely. So for now, this position, very solid for HYY as he posts up against the second Stormgate. And now there we go. Atlases are on the way, of course. Sure, that's fine, but there's this drop that Snockstar really likes to do. So again, Stormgate gets claimed. We're going to see what happens there. But this drop has done so much. In the main base, not a ton, but in the natural, taking down a lot of these servos. It's 3, 4 Phantoms, 5 Phantoms. It's done a lot. So this drop has pretty heavily hindered the economies. Void Prowler is going to go in, but hey, guess what? They get hex fielded, so they're not going to find a lot of value in this game. HYY, in the balance of things, in the trades of worth getting the second Stormgate versus not, gets 0 value from the Prowlers, loses about half a base worth of income. And going from there. And yeah, Necrotic Hexfield is, maybe it's more thematic, I don't know, but it is a mouthful to say. Oh, you gotta be careful. Your army moves up the high ground. And this Atlas, it's not a, okay, it is a sieged Atlas now, but we don't have Atlas, where we don't have evac move speed. So it's not easy to go and kind of play around with this and escape properly and get these Atlas shots easily, but that's gonna be a nice one. That's starting to get us where we want to be, as we are solidly on tier 3. By the way, there we go. Survival protocol is done. Or it's on the way, excuse me. So that's going to make these Exos fight a lot better, as we will see the Shadow Flyers move in. Not on top of the evac, though. Even still, that's not what you need. Oh, Hexfield on top of all of these Exos as well. Even as we got some Bulwark shields on like one of the units. But it's not going to be enough here. The army moves in, and this is a problem. God, man. We have this evac here, but the evac was not able to go and pick up the Atlas, and so it just didn't work the way it needed to. And now it's a 40 supply lead for Snockstar here. Is he gonna have to go return to hangar? I thought he was returning to hangar on the evac, but this time he hit right before he was properly ready. So the Atlases are being made, but they're not really able to fight. We didn't have Sky Sprint retrofit. Now the evac's gonna fall down. It soaks some damage, and that's something. And Exos are going to continue to rally in, so he might be able to go and handle this in some way, shape, or form. Certainly now that Survival Protocol is done as well. So these Exos, when they die, they don't properly die. But the rally continues to arrive, and that's kind of the problem here. These Gaunts are pretty strong. They move very fast, and they just click down these Exos by quite a bit. So the Harbinger is not even going to go down. The Gaunts are here. More Phantoms being created, and Snockstar has killed the man. HYY, unfortunately, moving out on the map before his upgrades were done. That would have allowed him to fight a lot better. Got caught.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And has died. You only want Massive Vulcan if you see Hexen with NATO Storm support. Yeah, that's all. That also works. Massive Vulcan is good. But if you're playing from a bio opening, you're not going to be able to get up to Massive Vulcan as easy. But you do, just getting 2 Atlases in an evac. 2 sieged Atlases, by the way, in an evac, especially once you get Plasma Arc Infusion, is kind of the answer. It works very well. Hey, Whack Alpaca. A drop going in once again with this Harbinger. 8 Gaunts in store. And by the way, third Stormgate was claimed. Didn't actually see what it was. I'm looking for the reward. I would, I don't know what the reward was actually. Regardless, this is a game where HYY is in a very, very bad spot. He's on 3 bases. This is like 5 bases for Snockstar. And, there we go. There's the Swarm Mother. Moving all the Swarmlings in. They don't do a lot. Their job really is to go and sacrifice their lives. They do 6 damage every half a second or so. But again, their job, they're free units. Their job is to go and sacrifice, to go soak up damage while the rest of the army moves in. It really seems to be how this works. But now Shroudfall's going to go down as well, attacking onto this 3rd base. Miasma on top of all the servos, so they're going to die that much faster and turn into a bunch of phantoms, and that's a bit of a problem. And yeah, this is a... more Swarmlings. They're slowly cutting these things down. Doing a good job. And now the evac's fast. Now the evac moves in. You can start to do some pretty cool micro stuff with this, but it's only a single Atlas. And Flaming Imps coming in from the side. Oh, well, that's a solution. I don't know what the problem was, but Flaming Imps definitely do seem to be the solution here. This is going to move on top, blow up so many of these X's, and the Spriggans can now move in. There should be a Swarm Mother as well. Maybe another round of Swarmlings, one would think. A Miasma goes down on top of this entire army. More Swarmlings here as well. HYY is fighting hard, but it is a 150 supply lead right now. 3rd base falling down, just about dead. It's gonna be a 2-0 lead for 2-0 lead for Snockstar. There we go. Snockstar goes up 2-0. Nice new animation for Survivor Protocol, even if I dislike the ability design. Yeah, the animation's pretty cool. It's like this little glowing powder, white powder thing. What counts as tier 3 for units? The Carrier and the Graven. Waka Paka. Two Atlas and Evac isn't enough to stop a critical mass of units IMO. A Bio just outright win before Miasma, before Hexfield. Again, the job with the Atlas is not necessarily to, and you can have 2 Evacs with 4 Atlases if you want to, but the job really is not to go and like win the game with the Atlases, but you target down a lot of the Hexen, you hit these big center shots, you make it hard for the setup to happen. No, Buff Infernals, I need more help. Carmi, I thought you were playing, oh no, you were playing Infernals. Yeah, Buff Infernals, okay. Ah, yes, I do mean the Hurricane. They keep changing these names and then don't add them into the, don't add the name changes in the patch notes. And I'm just like, what is happening? Tons of Graven can kind of stop it too, but it takes way more micro. Audio 2 delayed now. Okay. All right, we dropped it by 15 milliseconds. Keep saying, again, also, Snockstar is like the best Infernal. And HYY is not the best Vanguard. Snockstar, in any patch, I would say is pretty favored in this matchup. So, again, saying it doesn't look fair at any stage. You have to take player skill into account. Anyways, we got to move into game number 3, Black Spire Station. Perhaps the last game of this best of 5. Snockstar wins out. Here we go. Black Spire Station. One of the Aureil maps, I think, one of the best ones of the Aureil maps. I really like it. But I'm also biased because Mixu versus HYY, the play he made on this Stormgate, I thought was super cool. So we'll see. Yeah, Waka Paka. It was funny during early access. When I would host a tournament, like 150, 200 people would show up. And then you have that one troll's like, there are more people watching Beo than there are playing the game. I'm like, okay, dude. Fine. Whatever. Sorry that I enjoy things. For now, though, a couple fiends are going to show up here, trying to get on top. If you can force an overcharge, that would be really nice. But for now, you got repair, so you're going to be fine for the most part. Now remember, servos don't do a lot of damage. They're not prisms. They're melee. They don't have that nice early game power. They don't come out as easy either. They're more expensive. They're 10 Luminite more expensive. I forget what the their charge recharge is, but it's certainly slower than Celestials are. But so Fiends are gonna go. They're gonna get one servo. Not the end of the world, but it is annoying. No, you're good, Waka Paka. I know you're coming in here is not to troll, but just to say, oh, okay. You know, it's kind of cool that we are actually getting decent Twitch viewership for Stormgate, which, yeah. I am with you there. MSRM Shroudstone. What did I say something about a Shroudstone? I don't know. Anyways, third shrine on the way for Snockstar here. Not playing quite as greedy as he did in previous games, and he's got the Ritual Chamber going up pretty quickly as well. This is the version of Infernal versus Vanguard, and again, the Infernal. This is the version of Infernal versus Vanguard that I like. Just getting that Soulbrand Chakram up pretty much as quickly as possible. Because when you do so, it means that a lot of the stuff like the Hedgehog timings aren't quite as annoying. Certainly these Exo pushes get smashed. So we're gonna have to see. For now though, this is a 2-base Hedgehog build coming out of HYY's. I love this area is just big enough for a Hedgehog. So the Hedgehog axe really does act like, you know, an all-terrain vehicle going over rough ground. It's like, I'm gonna ease over this, okay? Yeah, we're gonna slow down a little bit, make sure we're good. But it does get through there just barely. We're gonna see the first bird get taken down, and a little bit more pressure here. Of course, you're really waiting for like 3 or 4 Hedgehogs to properly start to poke.
Has appeared.
Aureil saying there's one build from Vanguard, 3x Lancer, that auto wins versus Infernals if you don't make a Shroud Stone. Ah, okay. That is very true. For now, though, the Hedgehogs are continuing to kite away. Kind of, when you play with them, they kind of feel like Banshees. And that's actually a pretty good thing, all things considered. They're not flying, but the way they control, they're pretty fun to kite with. Now, I'm not a Vanguard player, so I'm going to tell you as an Infernal player, nerf these things. But, like, objectively, they do feel pretty good to control. So for now, pressure being done. You're trading units away for units. Third base now on the way for HYY. It's overcharge. It's a multi-build. They go up very fast. So you put the pressure on, start to get your third base up and running. And then for now, still probably going to be more Hedgehogs. But after that, I mean, he's actually trading this very nicely, killing off a lot of the units. Even as he will lose one Hedgehog for Phantom later on. But behind this, I would expect to see Vulcans getting at it and developing the tech that much more. What's kind of cool about this tournament today, what's about like this tournament in particular today, is that we are seeing far less focus on the Stormgates. Not none, but this is it's a much more nuanced approach to how a lot of this is going, where it's like, I got to go take the fight before I claim a Stormgate, or, you know, I'm going to go do that. So for now, again, HYY could go claim this Stormgate, but he'd much rather continue putting pressure on the Infernal player, force them to make units and make their life that much more difficult. As a Vanguard player, nerf these. David Bodor saying, please nerf the Hedgehogs. As a Vanguard player, they make my mirror matchup sad. Mancross and B, they managed to get Hedgehogs to a pretty nice place. I mean, they seem a bit too strong right now. But they actually feel good to play now. It was my least favorite unit of the game before they did whatever changes they did to it. Yeah, they made them clump up a little bit more, and they made it a little easier for them to go around corners. I gotta say, though, I'm looking at what's happening right now, and I am very surprised that HYY is going back into bio. I feel like when we see Vanguard be the most successful, Vanguard are playing Hedgehog into Vulcan or something like that, like playing kind of a mech adjacent. I hesitate to call it mech because technically it is mechanical units, but like it's not mech when we think of like StarCraft 2 mech. But he's playing more goodbye Exo. That's a dead Exo. But he's playing this mech style and he's going back into bio. And we saw why bio can be a bit iffy in the last game because, well, Hexfield's really strong. Even a bunch of Gaunts against all these, against all the Exos are very, very strong. So you're in this situation right now where Snockstar just found a timing. He's up 10 supply. He's got a couple Weavers lashing the Hogs in, and It's like Mass Gaunt Weaver versus a bunch of Exos, and that is not a situation that you want to be in as the Vanguard player whatsoever. If you had a couple Vulcans, yeah, maybe this works. But as it stands right now, HYY, it just does not feel like his feel for... I don't know. I don't know that I like his read on how best to play this matchup.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And now we got some Vulcans on the way, right? But already this is a decent amount of damage. There is another Stormgate. Second Stormgate. First one was not claimed at all. And you're kind of in this awkward situation where the Weavers continue to lash things. The second lash doesn't even land because the thing dies fast enough. And even with Overcharge, I think it's done now. No, even with Overcharge, even with the tankiness that it provides, all these Gaunts in the back line causing way too many issues. Infernal Fury is done as well. There's a Harbinger just for Shroud, which I do like, except he's going to go drop on top of things as well. This game is over. I don't like HYY's read on the matchup right now. I don't think it's optimal. Now, he may be winning a lot of games in customs, and that may work out pretty well. But for now, this is Snockstar hitting at very nice timing and shredding his opponent. Pretty dead. Vulcans would just get grabbed, though. You need more Vulcans than the enemy has Weavers. Yeah, maybe you just build a lot of Hedgehogs and not try to make this bio transition. Like, go up to, like, 4 mech bay, 5 mech bay Hedgehog. And the Vulcan will go and survive longer. Mass Repair keeps it alive, even as the third base dies. But this drop in the main base is going to kill off that base as well. And HYY is going to be forced to tap out. Yep, I just don't think this is the optimal way to play, but hey, things might be working for him. At the end of the day, Snockstar is by far the more favored player. He moves on to the finals. More skill micro Vanguard than Infernals. They just mass units without skill. Yeah, no. You might say it's fair to say Vanguard's probably the more micro heavy race. But Hero, you know, maybe it's good that we're getting stuff like that. That we are getting comments like that because it means people are playing the game. Balance whining is objectively good, but like again, these players are here because they are very good. They are top of the ladder. They're winning games that you would not win. HRY is number 6 on ladder. I guess Bio was working on the smaller maps. I would buy that. But all the maps in this pool are long. Problem is Infernals can tech switch. Every faction can tech switch. If I could accelerate one thing from the Stormgate's upcoming claimed updates, what would I like to see first? I'm going to be a little bit... Okay, I got 2 answers. Because I have one which is just very selfish. And one's going to be a little bit less selfish. The selfish one is I want co-op campaign to be done yesterday so I can go play with my partner. Because she's not a big RTS player, but she's excited to play co-op campaign. The other one is I just want all the I want all the tier 3 units to be in. Like I want all 3 faction reworks to just be here right now. I want the Doomsphere, damn it. But anyway, we're gonna move for a bit of a break because this is a HYY Snockstar.b4. We got to get our next series getting started. So I'll be back very soon. And I'll be back. Because you have... Everyone's going to be playing greedy with the pocket base. That's generally the expectation here. But look at this. Fiend's out early. And because this is not a shrine first, it buys enough time. It buys a decent amount of time. You're not going to stop the barracks from going down. Slow it down. And now servo overcharge is done. Fiends can get on top of these servos that are not nearly as tanky as they used to be. And this is just buying time, right? You're trying to buy time to make sure the Shroud Stones go up so the high ground doesn't really happen. It does slow down your natural, which is unfortunate, but remember, this is just out of the map. It's about half your income. Not really doing what it needs to do, but yep, Shroud Stones should be done just in time. Tribute Pyre here as well. Another Brute's going to get made, and, well, this Lancer can't do anything. Barracks is dying. There is a sentry post here, but it's not going to be allowed to complete. That's going to get why is lost. And yeah, sure, Lancers run forward. Who cares? it's 75 damage versus the Lancers, right? They're heavy units. This is just, yeah, just gotta have to find some way to sell it maybe. And another Lancer goes in, goes out, shakes it all about. It's dead. So, short. And I think that is true of a lot of different things here. The ladder maps are just a little bit too small. And now, we're gonna see this fight kick off here, and yeah, it's not on Shroud, but Curse has already been at least a little bit applied, and a bunch of Gaunts that have Reaper Rush. We don't have Infernal Fury, but a bunch of Gaunts with Reaper Rush versus these Exos is not. And by doing so, it means the earlier tier spells, the going for what was it? Going for the sensor drone, going for the overcharge a little bit is a little bit more cost effective. It's something people are more likely to do. But now the Stormgate's going to get attacked here as there's a drop of Gaunts into this third base location. Start getting Phantoms, and this can snowball very fast. So even as the Stormgate's going to get claimed by HYY here, there's a single Gaunt, which is not going to do anything. This is the big problem. Bunches of Phantoms, bunches of Gaunts, and you do actually have to move this Harbinger over to make sure you can drop an effigy, but again, Harbinger into by in a situation where he's already in a bit of a rough spot. Now we will see Void Prowlers get into this third base or this natural location because remember, they can blink into Fog of War. So this does feel like a one-way trip for them for the time being, but it is getting a lot of damage done in exchange. HYY finding value on top of this in this game. There's not a lot he can do. He's going to try to cut away as much as possible, but this all-in that he went with put him in a really bad spot. He was not able to go find the value that he needed. It was not able to get greedy enough, was not able to get aggressive enough. That means that Snockstar takes game one in this semifinals. While the Shroud moves a little bit further forward and further yet still, so you don't want to fight on Shroud as Gaunts are not going to move on top of this. I just don't think this works. I've seen this twice now. I saw Mana try it at one point earlier. And I think you just build a lot of Gaunts, and it's like, yeah, these Atlases are really good at taking that down. Because now it's pretty nice with this Bio Ball gonna go and try to target the Stormgate because it means everything gets charged up. At least all the Exos get charged up a little bit, and Sentinel's starting to get added to the fray a little bit more. And playing around this corner is a very nice move from HYY. Changed player's best friend, realistically. You can kind of play around and force the melee units to charge around you. It works pretty nicely. So for now, this position, very solid for HYY as he posts up against the second Stormgate. And now there we go. Atlases are on the way, of course. Sure, that's fine, but there's this drop that Snockstar really likes to do. So again, Stormgate gets claimed, taking down a lot of these servos. It's 3, 4 Phantoms, 5 Phantoms. It's done a lot. So this drop has pretty heavily hindered the economies. Void Prowler is going to go in, but hey, guess what? They get hex fielded, so they're not going to find a lot of value in this game. Top of this entire army, more Swarmlings here as well. HYY is fighting hard, but it is a 150 supply lead right now. Third base falling down, just about dead. It's gonna be a 2-0 lead for 2-0 lead for Snockstar. There we go. Snockstar goes up 2-0. So we're gonna have to see. For now, though, this is a 2-base Hedgehog build coming out of HYY's. I love this area is just big enough for a Hedgehog, so the Hedgehog acts really does act like, you know, an all-terrain vehicle going over rough ground. It's like, I'm gonna ease over this, okay? Yeah, we're gonna slow down a little bit. Make sure I'm back. Hello, welcome back. Biggest issue of this game launch is that this launch should have been the quality of early access. Honestly, I think if we had launched it like 0.3 into early access would have been fine. Where the game is today is beyond an early access launch. I would have loved to have this quality earlier into early access. But yeah, so this game would be solid. You know, would I have loved us to be in like 6 months ago be here? Yes. Would I have loved 6 months ago to be early access launch? Absolutely. But I think the quality of the game right now is beyond an early access launch, realistically. Oh wait, Kell's UK. Okay, never mind. We're gonna get these things hosted up. Don't need me to host them. Dragon copying is banned, by the way. We weren't sure, but because it was not clarified at the beginning, we are going to continue to ban dragon copying. Professor Wannabe talking about Vanguard defensive tools, defense with Repairmatic, Atlases, ready to use Overcharge. Yeah, no, I think it is. I genuinely do think that evacs are underutilized. I think that is very true. Where I do see, you see Vulcan drops, you see really primarily Vulcan drops aggressively. But I think they are a little underutilized. We see some players mess around. That seems to have some level of effect. But I think that really part of the problem is for an evac to be a good drop unit, it needs to have Sky Sprint retrofit, which takes a while. Should we just give Sky Sprint retrofit by default? Thoughts on giving evacs Sky Sprint by default? Feels like drops come out like it comes out too late to really support significant drop play. Don't know how to explain it, but evacs feel awful for me to control compared to say Medivac. They do have a higher turn rate. Kazik. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. I got a lobby. I love, by the way, how Twitch has done some stuff with their like anti-bot detection, and I am seeing it like not necessarily in viewership as much because I'm actually with the Stormgate release. I'm getting, yeah, no, that is very true. It's something's weird about how like the pickup is inconsistent. I was experiencing this on some of the campaign missions, and it just was like not picking up sometimes. It was weird. So maybe there's some bug there that I'm not aware of, but like I'm getting a lot better viewership post-launch than I was pre-launch, so that's good. But I'm seeing some wild swings. Like we were at 200 viewers, then we dropped down to 140, and then we're going to go back up to 200 again. There's something with Twitch's viewership, how they do it. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to move into Malice Depths, map 1. It's going to say Untitled map. That's a bug. We're going to move into Malice Depths, map number 1. On the north side of the map, in the red, he is the Infernal player taking down Aureil 2-1 to get here. It is Kell. Bottom side of the map, in the blue, it's MSRM. I think both need a buff to evacs and implement an alert system with your base has been dropped. Yeah, I'd be down with that one. They have an alert system, but it's not super consistent, and I think the internal cooldown on alerts is a little bit too high. It's a little awkward there. I think maybe if you select Marines and the medevacs, then right-click the medevac, all the Marines load. But if you select Exos and evac, then right-click the evac, X's move forward to the evac, but the evacs fly away. Yeah, it's something weird with that. Like, I had something where I had to like manually press the load button on my evacs in the campaign mission. I couldn't just kind of box them and put them in. Maybe middle of the summer holidays, people take a look and go back to play outside. Maybe Professor Wannabe, but it's weird to lose 25% of your viewership like instantly. Like by swinging by 25% viewership is this. By the way, this Mass Fiend opening, double vault, getting a little bit of pressure done. Kills off the. This is a problem here. It does a nice job. Kills off a brute. A lot of pressure there, but I don't know if it's going to be able to kill the base necessarily. Of course, it is doing this minus armor, so the damage gets faster the longer it applies, and that is something you got to pay attention to. The characteristics of charge skills need flare or quirks. They're too similar. Heaven Step should be like a Void Crawler. Brute Cruel. Vulcan should leap into it with an area of effect. If you're applying area of effects on impact, that is, I mean, they do have an area of effect impact. They have a stun. But AoE damages, by the way, we're looking at a minus 117 armor, so goodbye base. Kell gets a lot of value here early. If you do that, you definitely have some balance issues. I don't think the different leap effects are all that bad. I think Heaven Step's kind of cool. It's nice for its reposition. Like, yeah, they are similar, but the visual effects are a little bit different. I don't think it's that big of an issue, voice Samuel. And remember, when Vulcans dash forward, they have a stun on impact. As man, this natural's gonna get denied for a second time. So that stun on impact, which is not something that Heaven Step has, and then it's also you have it by default rather than it's something where you need to go and get the upgrade for it. And then if you get the upgrade, the Vulcans, they spin up to max rate of fire as well, so it's like a big buff for them.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Around when my viewership tanked, I got a network timeout error. Might have just been a regional thing. Huh, maybe. Don't know. I'm not sitting here complaining. I'm just like, oh, it's weird that we went from like 225 down to 140 in like the snap of a finger.
A Stormgate has appeared.
I don't know. But I do know that they have some things where it's like you go and redeem a single channel point for the lurk command that actually does help count you if the system has kind of thought you were a bot, which happened. At least I saw one Twitter thread saying that, like, if you haven't typed, you can go and have a lurk command a lurk channel point redemption that kind of does the same thing, even if you don't want to go and like it counts you as something. I don't know if that works or not, but I figured I might as well add it in. Fiends get nerfed on Shroud away with just 7 base damage, but armor shred. Yeah, I mean they're not nerfed. They were kept the same on. Ooh, a little bit of a surround here getting set up by Kell. He's got a lot of units. Apparently Infernal Mirror. I haven't really played a lot of Infernal Mirror yet, but apparently it's just I build Brute, you build Brute, I build Brute, you build Brute, and you'll never guess this. I build Brute, and you also build Brute because the Fiends are that good. So for now, Kell's gonna go. He's gonna be able to claim the first Stormgate off of his pressure. His natural's down much faster. He's got a couple more workers there. First Stormgate should be for a Faerun if possible. Reaping Horror, though, is not bad. Really intrigued to see MSRM keeping Brutes for so long. Well, I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, it feels bad to just split into Fiends because it's 150 Illuminite for 2 Fiends is expensive, but it's also, especially now if you split Brutes below 180 HP, then you feel really bad because then it's a single Fiend, and that's probably not worth it. So all these Brutes below max HP, below 180 HP, you're just going to keep those as Brutes 100%. I am Brute. Yes, hello there, Volkov. Why not just split all the Brutes instantly into 2 Fiends each and use only Fiends for fighting? Because Fiends are paper. 60 HP is not a lot. They have 0 armor. Brutes have 200 HP and 5 armor. So it's closer to like 220 effective HP. So they're in the scenario where, like, if you're doing a straight up fight, Fiends, they get annihilated very quickly, especially with Gaunts in the field that have this extra splash damage, bonus damage versus light. So it's one of those things where, yeah, no, you, ideally you're keeping your Brutes. And now Infernal Fury is going to be done at the exact same time. Looks like a lot more Brutes for MSRM. I don't think he got a single, yeah, he's on 4 quad vault, no conclave. I really like the new Brute and Gaunt designs, although still this weird feeling that the Infernal look a bit better in the campaign than in PvP, and I don't know why. They look the same to me, but what I will say is I really want that Doom Sphere from some of the later campaign missions. I want that as a tier 3 unit. I don't even care if it's good or not. It's really cool, as this is just not a good position for MSRM to fight into. He gives the position up to fight around the Tribute Pyres as much as possible with these Gremlins, but he doesn't have any ranged units. So that's just not a good position. We have Soulbrand Chakram as well, so he's going to kind of keep sitting here, and the splashing is going to keep hurting him, is the problem. Doesn't have a help more now on the high ground. That's actually really nice, and that may force Kell back. But remember, behind this, Kell does have a 3rd base. He's actually down in supply a little bit, which I think is surprising, but he did commit to a lot of Gaunts. A little bit more expensive overall. You do have to commit to the Gaunt upgrade, and you have to commit more conclaves, and it slows you down. 2 Fiends beat 1 Brute. Mathematically, they do. Yeah, but when it's like 10 Fiends versus 5 Brutes, the 5 Brutes win. Why is he attacking 2 base guy without tech? Because he had tech as well as he got 3 bases. So if you attack 3 bases with 2 bases, you should win out because you're going to be the trades. Even if the trades are equal, it works better for you because you got more economy and you're kind of keeping your opponent pinned in. It's also cool that Frost Giant has confirmed Pandora will be her own unit, which is awesome. Yes, that is what I've seen in the Discord. Pandora is not replacing Hexens like we all thought, but instead is going to be her own unit and have her own name, whatever it is, which is awesome. I agree. It is the animations, which we can't see, but the animations on that unit are kick-ass. They're awesome. And I'm down for Hex. I don't mind the Hexen. It probably is due if they ever get time for it for like a rush just to like make it slightly more in line with everything, but it's fine. And in the meantime, why are we getting a blood tree? You don't need it for tier 3. You don't need it to get the dragon out of here. So we're gonna see the Necrolusks move in, just taking down as many of these tribute pirates as possible. So they're gonna go take these down. Another nice connection from the Necrolusks. But even still, it's a superior concave for MSRM, and he's got a bunch of Spriggans on the field. We're gonna have to see how well this works out because Gaunts are a decent amount of anti-air. They're bonus damage versus light. There is that. But Kell just interested in running away for the time being as the Spriggans doing a lot of damage here to the army that retreats. It's gonna force the fight on top, and it's a lot of Spriggans. It is a ton of Spriggans here. Not enough Gaunts to really deal with him, so they're gonna get on top of everything. This is a beautiful turnaround for MSRM right now. He's only on 2 bases. But the lack of anti-air here from Kell is a significant problem. And he's gonna lose everything. 93 supply to 65. And this might be, we might be in a position to snowball this game. Is Blood Tree the no Spriggan House? No, the Twilight Spire is still the Twilight Spire. The Blood Tree unlocks Spriggans, which is why MSRM got it. It also unlocks a bunch of different upgrades. So, like a bunch of different tier 2, tier 3 upgrades that generally aren't played around with. But in this case, it's to get the Spriggans out. And I see Spriggans so rarely in this match that I kind of forgot about him. But MSRM, this is working out very nicely for him. The problem is that his main base is mined out. He is very much lacking in the money. So he's got to send a bunch of imps over to this base to try to long distance mine. I guess the Spriggans are going to try to make this happen. And this is where life is problematic. Because, yeah, the main base is mined out. On both sides here. The main base is mined out on both sides. And so even though the Spriggans did a lot, they won the fight, MSRM was only on 1 base economy. So it didn't really have a good way to go and actually reinforce into things. Which means that now, 10.5 minutes into this game, Kell has 2 full mining bases. MSRM has 1. And that means that this game is... MSRM did a good job taking a good fight on this, but yeah, MSRM is... I think he's kind of dead. Oh, by the way, Waka Paka, you don't have to keep redeeming the lurk command. That is just a one-off thing that you can do if you don't want to chat to let Twitch know that you're a real viewer. You do not have to go keep redeeming the lurk command that I'm seeing. It is like, fill my activity feed. But you're now attacking in this position. Yeah, there's a Hellborn on the high ground, but this is a dead MSRM. Of course, he's going to stay in here as long as possible because this is MSRM, and if there is a snowflake's chance in hell that he's going to win this game, he's going to stay into it and make it happen. But yeah, I like the turn with the Spriggans, but it was just not enough here. So the Natural's going to fall down eventually. That's a Greater Shrine as well. So Tax now out the wazoo. Not going to be able to get the Stormgate. The Spriggans aren't doing much either. Spriggans, yeah, so now this is a MSRM. He's on 1 base. Rancor SMP says, playing the campaign, I realized that I was underestimating air in this game. It felt very weak when the game launched. Air units tend to be small and with weak-looking projectiles. But having won a few missions with Mass Hornets, they actually pack a lot of damage. They do, but you also got to remember that Hornets in the campaign, I think, are a little bit buffed compared to 1v1. So, yeah, he did, Carmi. It just, so Twitch has changed how they do their bot detection. Oh, wait, was there I missed the GG. I was like, he stayed in this game really long. I just missed the GG. Game 1 goes the way of Kell. But yeah, the way that Twitch does, they redid their AFK detection thing, how they do that. And in doing so, they look at whether you are, they look at like whether you're being active. Like bots don't necessarily chat. So what they've done is like, okay, are they interacting with the chat in some way to count as a viewer? So are they chatting? Are they doing channel port redeem? Something like that. Which I've added the alert command. Would flaming imps have been a good idea there? JV post? Maybe. Matcherino, what are my opinions on the addition of air pathing blockers in the map editor? A big quality of life change that's going to make unpathable terrain significantly more accurate. I don't know why I would. My opinions are yes, please. Awesome. Thank you. I mean, it's, oh, wait, someone just added $50 to the price. But what? Let me look at this matcherino page. Where's the matcherino page? Whoever just added a bunch of money to the matcherino, thank you so much. Yeah, matcherino, I'm like, my insight is it's good. I don't got much more than that. But anyways, we're gonna move into game number 2 here. Short Circuit is the map. So now, game number 2, Kell went for a double vault opening, which he seems to like to do, is doing it again here. Ran a bunch of fiends in. MSRM had the temerity to attempt to expand, and that was wrong. Just promised Beo and a sexy linen shirt. Please refund, please. I'm sorry they're all in the wash. Cook and relax. What I am waiting, though, is we got some... my partner likes to make clothing sometimes. So we got some nice linen material, and eventually I'm gonna make a... I'm gonna get a Claire... what's the word? A Claire special linen shirt, and that's very exciting. Matcherino, I'm not sure I agree with that one, where you're talking about air pathing blocking should only be used in the outside of the map to minimize dead space. You know what? I mean, we've definitely seen maps in StarCraft 2 that were very successful. It was very good that they had air pathing blockers like being actually used in the map. For example, oh, what was it? Purity and Industry was, one that definitely needed it. If you look at how they're doing with healing camps now, or with healing, not healing camps, healing nodes, healing spots, healing shrines in StarCraft 2 on some of the new maps, they have air pathing blockers as well, so you can only heal ground on some of them. Things like that. Zergling Micro, you'll love to see it. Kell playing Ring Around the Rosie here, half damage on the shrine. Game 1, he just killed the shrine and got himself a massive advantage. Game 2, though, we're gonna have to see here as the brutes are starting to get taken down quite a bit, but it's not as bad because this is a double brute opening. The shrine is in fact down, and this is now Kell in a bit of an awkward spot. Kell has no natural. Kell is just going balls to the wall, double brute, double fiend, double brute, or a double brute quad fiend, rally, 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 try to end things. Where's the Pandora character? Not in the game yet. Fully modeled, fully animated, but not ready for 1v1 just yet, is my understanding. So I'm reading between the behind the tea leaves here, and I'm not promising any level of correctness. But I feel like we're gonna see new units next patch.
Dimensional rift.
I feel like we're finally gonna get some new units added in with the Celestial unit pass. I may be totally off base here, but we will get it. Frostgiant did say we were going to get new units by end of year. Again, assuming the lights stay on and all these caveats that who knows. I do think it's kind of funny, by the way. I see a lot of people going in, but yeah, Kell's in a really bad spot this game. Very much slower natural, was not able to snipe the base of MSRM. We see this in the supply. But I think people are like, hey, just giving you a caveat here that if the studio dies, the game dies. I'm like, yes, that is true for literally any game ever. I don't know what you're talking about. Seta says, I think terrain mattering in an RTS feels more important than air units being able to go everywhere. Though if we keep air units able to go everywhere, they really need to have significant cost weaknesses for bypassing ground terrain. Yeah, I mean, that's always true. And I don't think, in the context, again, I'm a big StarCraft 2 guy. I don't think, in the context of StarCraft 2, air units in Stormgate are much weaker. Much, much weaker. I'm so sick of Infernal Mirror when these kind of tournaments near the end. Yeah, it is. Part of it is, now Kell had a pretty good run here. This third base is going to get taken down. But part of it is that, you know, Refresh is not playing in this tournament. MC is not playing in this tournament. Mana is not playing in this tournament. We're missing some player. Mixu didn't play this week. So I look at this, I'm like, well, MSRM and Snockstar are the two strongest players in the tournament. Yeah, Delirious, I'm with you. People don't want the game to die. They should stop trying to murder the studio. But no, the thing is, there's the people that want the game to succeed, and then there is, yes, Frost Giant has made mistakes, 100%. They have shot themselves in the foot on multiple occasions. But there is also just a group of people that are very dedicated. Like, they have their own Discord organizing this. Dedicated to trying to make things not work out is fighting into a favorite MSRM. I know you got more stuff here, and it is a better concave. But I don't know that I like that. Favorite about halfway out of energy, 67 out of 100. And it is nice, by the way, that Faerun actually do run out of energy. They're not just like this infinite healer anymore. MC, the MC, yes. Cook and relax. MC is the MC. He looked great. He won the... did he win? Yeah, he won the Korean tournament on Friday. Pretty sure. Yes, yeah, he won the Korean tournament on Friday. He looked very good while doing so. Play Celestials, but part of that was it was 3 Celestials in the top 4. And MSRM is murdering Kell, by the way, because the all-in from Kell didn't work out. So MSRM didn't even need to get a third base. He just has everything else, and he's got more stuff here. Infernal Fury timing versus not having Infernal Fury. And Kell is dead. MSRM takes game 2. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. Grew won. Yes, that's right. Grew won. For some reason, I was like, yes, MC. Largash Burger, we need Grubby. Grubby has played Stormgate before. It'd be cool to see him do it again. Celestials, too many units don't have a purpose currently. They have a purpose, they just don't fill that purpose very well, Frank Sriracha. But yeah, Celestials do need a little bit more money. You leave this slide here. Yeah. I hope custom StarCraft 2 games get more plays in tournaments as well. Our Evo mod with all StarCraft 1 and Warcraft races is awesome. It is pretty cool. There's also a $5,000. Yeah, the SE Evo Complete. I cast one of those tournaments, but I've been busy with Stormgate stuff and casting Dota. So I haven't really been paying too much attention to this. But there's a $5,000 SE Evo Complete tournament happening now, happening very soon. That's the Brood War Plus StarCraft 2 mod, not the StarCraft 2 plus Warcraft 3 mod. Played a good game on Boneyard where the Celestial player hit a cheeky expo on the high ground base location that you can only get to if you fly. Very nice. We're going to move into game 2. Game 3, excuse me. MSRM, Kell, 1 apiece. And we are in Rotfire Vale. So here we are. Game number 3. Rotfire Vale is the map. This is a map that is kind of cool because these trees... and these trees, and these trees, and these trees are all cuttable trees. So you can take this base if you want to, but you can also be very subjected to some early game pressures. This is not going to be double vault pressure from Kell in this game number 3. He's done it twice, worked once, didn't work once. Now it's going to be vault expand. And MSRM It's going double volt expand. So a little bit less eco from MSRM, a little bit more unit production potential from the man as he's going to go, okay, kind of cool here. Double volt, double expand, where you can go, you need a third effigy to properly take this expo. He's just going to go check, make sure that he's not getting all in by a bunch of fiends. And that's good that he checks. So Imp's going to go get taken down by the fiends, but that's fine. It was kind of dangling anyways. Not a big deal. And now you got to deal with Kell being annoying. Jaded Eyes saying, my games on ladder just so much fun this match. Wait, Jedi's Alaska, are you, did I talk to you like doing Supervive stuff? Were you involved with like modding Relic a little bit, or modding on Relic's channel? Is that why this name is familiar? Or, but yeah, no, my ladder games are a lot of fun. I'm still like getting my MMR to where it needs to be, so I'm still getting kind of the games where it's like, you know, I feel a little bad, but in general, the game's pretty fun. I'm having a Stormgate, like the Stormgate mechanic did a lot for this game. Not sure I feel about how making prisms like other workers, Felix Hathaway says. I didn't like playing Celestial before, but I liked that they really were different. I think that the way I look at this is 4 fiends versus 2 fiends win, but 4 fiends versus brutes. Now 6 fiends here. The math is not supporting MSRM at the moment. Gotta make sure that it doesn't get surrounded too hard. Will do so. Now the shrine's gonna be down. Not that it does that much here. Good trades from the Fiends of Kell. Gets on top, kills off pretty much everything but that last remaining brute. And, oh, okay, that's the effect. I was like, what is that trailing speed effect? But no, it was just I guess the armor shred. Tosha BD said Stormgate instead of creep camps is what made me come back. Of course, on top of other things. It is a lot of fun.
A Stormgate will activate.
And I'm
soon.
loving how much as well when we see this, by the way, pressure is going to get started from Kell eventually. Shroudstone high ground, man. Shroudstone on the high ground. There we go. I liked the creep camps. They were fun to fight over, and they're early versions of the game, like pre-alpha or like closed testing. I played some very fun games, but now we got this attack coming in. I'm loving to see how much the map makers are really experimenting with where to put the storm gates and how addressable they should be. But for right now, this position is really nice for Kell. He's going to be able to claim the first storm gate. That's great. But he also has this small choke here where he can stick like a healthy brute inside and the rest of them don't fight and just plug the gap while waiting for this Shroudstone to complete. So Shroudstone on the low ground is fine. It's not going to hit this high ground Shroudstone. And now a bunch of brutes are going to show up maybe right at the wrong time. That's not ideal, but there's a favor in here on this 330 timing. Well, 418 now, but it opened at 330. So Faerun finding his way onto the other side of the map means these brutes are going to heal right back up to full, and Kell has a positive Infernal Fury timing. On top of everything else, he's going to have his Fury that much faster. The one thing you're looking at is like, okay, what is an MSRM's favor right now? And that is the fact that he's got 3 bases. He's mining a lot more in this game, and not only does that mean he can kind of afford to give this up because Kell's only on 2 bases, it also means that as long as this game is, as long as he's able to hold on and get the production to be where he needs to be, he's going to have more stuff. But you're waiting for that Infernal Fury timing. And there's like a 30-second difference. Hey, Ollie! The map maker or the extension modder extraordinaire. How you doing, dude? I can't wait. I talked to James Ferris about this at one point. They are thinking about doing extension mods at some point, and I'm very excited for that because, again, I mean, we know what it did for StarCraft 2. It did so much. So they're apparently planning on doing something similar, which is awesome. And now Infernal Fury is done for both sides. Charge right on top of Faerun. It's going to go down very faster, and it's a full surround from MSRM. So this timing from Kell, fighting into a Hellborn, fighting into a bunch of brutes, that is not all that great. That's not going to do all that much for you. Kell tries to go for the all-in off 2 bases. Does not work here. And is going to be forced to tap out. MSRM up 2 games. How do they get this 3-gate map to work when that other map with 4 gates bugs out? A lot of JSON work. Technically, in the map editor right now, it only supports 5 storm gates. But thanks in the Discord, thanks Stormgate, has figured out how to go and change that and have 3 Stormgate maps, have 4 Stormgate maps, all these things. And so you want your map to have less than 5 Stormgates, you go talk to him. Busy as usual, but that's life. Yeah, I'd rather be busy than not busy, honestly. Yeah, Red Square. I love the quality of life features of Stormgate. I love StarCraft. I really do, but man, I struggle to play StarCraft now because I'm like, the quick macro panel is so nice. Auto control groups are feel so good. Well, 3v3 audio 1 second too slow. Well, that's not good. I did delay it a little bit because my audio was ahead of my video. I can drop it back down a little bit more. Like, we're trying to go and hot fix this. There's something weird, but like my audio and my video is not syncing up properly. MSRM 2 games to 1 on Kell, Black Spire Station, map number 4. We're gonna go into that, and away we go. Game number 4 now, getting started. AT Strolls asks, will 3v3 be competitive? I don't know. I'm gonna be running some tournaments for it when it gets started. We're gonna figure it out. If it's gonna support a competitive, people playing competitively, I don't know. We'll find out. Could be, could not be. I mean, they're gonna make it so it has a ladder, I assume, and like people will enjoy laddering, but whether it is better than 1v1 from a competitive perspective, I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, the decision to bake your being able to like have all your vaults on hotkey 4 or whatever is fantastic by itself, and then being able to go and like just not even worry about that, but the quick macro panel for most things is fantastic. Like, again, there's so much really good quality of life stuff for Stormgate that it's funny. I like how people talk about Stormgate. They're like, look, it's not a next generation RTS game. It depends on what you mean, but their control input, their control systems, and like the back end with rollback netcode and everything else is next generation. Even if like, oh well, the gameplay is still pretty similar. Yeah, that's a fair argument. But oh no, MSRM is so dead, guys. You don't even understand. He's maybe not actually. He is on double vault. We got this 3rd shrine on the way. Fiendsap or Imsap to just run on out of here. But we are in this situation where this was 4 brutes. So Kell did hold on. He banked his fiends a little bit, kind of good old StarCraft nonsense. And I still don't know that this is going to necessarily work here. We are seeing the armor burn, right? That is a problem. 3rd base does have to get canceled, though. You can't defend all 3 spots. And workers do have to get pulled off the line. But MSRM holds on successfully. He's going to get his 2nd round of brutes out pretty soon. And he's actually, I was going to say he's probably fine. This is still a lot of fiends, though, and more are starting to find their way in as they look for the surround. But brutes, if you put them in a position where the surface area is not super worrying, they're going to be able to go and, yeah, just clean this up. That's fine. You will trade brutes for brutes. You will trade brutes for fiends. You have the better economy. You got this Tribute Pyre out as well. A little bit more static defense. And I said he was dead. I did not see the double vault in the main base. He is fine here. This all in from Kell. He keeps trying to make it work. This BeoMulf dub is on point. Yeah, I'm dubbing myself, and it's just slightly off. Just played from Alaska to Europe, and like it doesn't suck. Like, is it as good as playing locally? No. But the fact that I can play someone on Europe and not hate myself from Texas, the fact that I can go play someone from Korea and not really suffer, is awesome. Yeah, Kell is pretty dead here. He will get the first Stormgate. That's something. But yeah, this mass phenol in that he's been playing around with is just not. If it catches your opponent off guard, if it's a single vault expand, MSRM is probably dead. But otherwise, yeah, it's not a great position to be in. I'm Netherlands and playing someone from Washington with just 100 ping is crazy. Now remember, if you were playing someone, you'd still have 100 ping for the most part. But realistically, these fiends just getting... Well, wait a minute here. I was like, this is just over. Why are we even talking about it? But the Faerun, because the fiends are so low HP, they're just getting healed up really fast. And it's actually keeping a lot of these fiends alive. It's pretty energy efficient because, again, you're looking at like 60 HP. So you don't have to spend a lot of energy to heal this stuff up. It is surprisingly good. It is. I still think Kell is dead, and Kell is still dead. You had to get more brutes joining the fray, but it won the fight a little bit more than I thought it would do. But yeah, Kell's still dead. MSRM moves on to the finals, and he will face Snockstar once he gets there. There are no heroes in Stormgate. Yeah, I don't know, Light. They did some things back in the day. There are people that are reviewing this game and saying, the girl's not hot, I hate it. Now, is that everyone? No. But there are people that are like, you know, you have kind of the right-wing manosphere stuff, as that is. The girl's not hot. There are also people that are mad at Frost Giant for how they communicated early on, which is fair. Frost Giant has made a lot of communication mistakes. That is a problem. Some people don't like the game because it is straying too far away from what they view as like more classic, pure RTS. Like, these are the same people that are mad that you can select more than 16 units in StarCraft 2. Like, they're like, you know, we should go back to Brood War. Fair, that's an opinion. There are people that just don't think the game is very good. They're like, this is a disappointment. I was so excited and I had my hopes crushed. And now they're mad about it. There are people that feel like Frost Giant has kind of rug pulled them a little bit. They're like, we have not gotten everything we said we were going to get. Frost Giant's working on it. Not there just yet. Audio is behind now instead of ahead. Well, we'll drop it back maybe to 20 milliseconds. My audio is so far off. Okay, maybe we... All right, maybe we try this. All right, did this make it better or worse? This. So if I move this up to, we're going in like. All right, so that was. Oh shoot! I'm sorry, Joe LaPaul. I forgot. Okay, so this is worse. Okay, are we good right now? Do it a little bit more. All right. Now we're going to try to go even better. Yeah, I don't know why. Just my webcam is... Maybe it's just the capture card is just behind everything. So it's like, getting better. All right, how about this? We're going to move 5 milliseconds. Wireless headphones don't do anything. Wireless headphones don't change it. Oh, wireless headphones on your end, JV Post. Yeah. Like, I could go and do this myself, but I have y'all in chat. Pretty good. All right, we're gonna go 5 more milliseconds. I have a Roadcaster. The problem is I think the capture card. I have a nice capture card. I have a Roadcaster. There's just some marginal delay because it's not coming from the same source. Anyways, we gotta go to break because we gotta run the finals. We don't want to have ads during the finals. And yeah, let's go to break. When I'm back, we'll have the finals getting started. Because you have... Everyone's going to be playing greedy with the pocket base. That's generally the expectation. But look at this. Fiend's out early. And because this is not a shrine first, it buys enough time. It buys a decent amount of time. You're not going to stop the barracks from going down. Slow it down. And now servo overcharge is done. Fiends can get on top of these servos that are not nearly as tanky as they used to be. And this is just buying time, right? You're trying to buy time to make sure the Shroud Stones go up so the high ground doesn't really happen. It does slow down your natural, which is unfortunate, but remember, this is this side of the map. It's about half your income. Not really doing what it needs to do, but yep, Shroud Stones should be done just in time. Tribute Pyre here as well. Another Brute's gonna get made, and well, this Lancer can't do anything. Barracks is dying. There is a sentry post here, but it's not gonna be allowed to complete. That's gonna get why is lost, and yeah, sure, Lancers run forward. Who cares? it's 75 damage versus the Lancers, right? They're heavy units. This is just, yeah, just gotta have to find some way to sell it maybe, and another Lancer goes in, goes out, shakes it all about, it's dead. So, short. And I think that is true of a lot of different things here. The ladder maps are just a little bit too small. And now, we're gonna see this fight kick off here, and yeah, it's not on Shroud, but Curse has already been at least a little bit applied, and a bunch of Gaunts that have Reaper Rush. We don't have Infernal Fury, but a bunch of Gaunts with Reaper Rush versus these Exos is not. And by doing so, it means the earlier tier spells, the going for what was it? Going for the sensor drone, going for the overcharge a little bit is a little bit more cost effective. It's something people are more likely to do. But now the Stormgate's going to get attacked here as there's a drop of Gaunts into this third base location. Start getting Phantoms, and this can snowball very fast. So even as the Stormgate's going to get claimed by HYY here, there's a single Gaunt, which is not going to do anything. This is the big problem. Bunches of Phantoms, bunches of Gaunts, and you do actually have to move this Harbinger over to make sure you can drop an effigy, but again, Harbinger end up in a situation where he's already in a bit of a rough spot. Now we will see Void Prowlers get into this third base or this natural location, because remember, they can blink into Fog of War. So this does feel like a one-way trip for them for the time being, but it is getting a lot of damage done in exchange. HYY finding value on top of this in this game. There's not a lot he can do. He's gonna try to cut away as much as possible, but this all-in that he went with put him in a really bad spot. He was not able to go find the value that he needed. It was not able to get greedy enough, was not able to get aggressive enough. That means that Snockstar takes game one in this semifinals. While the Shroud moves a little bit further forward and further yet still, so you don't want to fight on Shroud as Gaunt's not going to move on top of this. I just don't think this works. I've seen this twice now. I saw Mana try it at one point earlier. And I think you just build a lot of Gaunts. All right, we got a grand finals here ready to go. Snockstar versus MSRM. I'm gonna go get a snack because I've not had lunch. I like this tournament, but it starts at 11 a.m. my time. And we just like go straight through lunch, and I'm like, ah, great. Oh, you think it's half a second of sound delay, because I'm like changing my 5 or 10 milliseconds and getting people saying, oh no, it's too bad. I'm gonna have to go mess with this offline, I think. Do a test stream or something and figure it out. For now though, we're gonna move into game one of this grand finals, because luckily the audio delay is only impacting this, not impacting the actual game sounds. That's fine. So we're going to move into game one. Scarlet Isle is the map. So here we are. Scarlet Isle spawning on the north side of the map in the red. His name is MSRM. Bottom side of the map here in the blue from Aftermath is Snockstar. And that was Kell found a build that worked once and that did not work 3 times. The long and short of it, he's like, ah, yes, Fiend's good. More Fiends, more good. Even more Fiends, even more better, you know? Runs Fiends across the map, tries to go kill off the natural and build an advantage off of that one. And MSRM said, ah, yeah, that's cute. You got me once. And they just made sure it never happened again. Opened up double vault. But Snockstar and MSRM is a very different game. Snockstar is a much more macro player, much more defensive player. He is very happy to take this game to the third Stormgate, to Dragons, to whatever it is that you want to go for. So Snockstar or MSRM feels a lot more comfortable in going for vault or a shrine into double vault, into his third base. But if we look at what Snockstar doing, he's single vault here. That's a little crazy. Now he does have a conclave done. And making sure that he can get that ritual chamber up ASAP. So these are two very different ideas, right? So this is going to be very quick triple vault coming out of Snockstar, or coming out of MSRM. He's playing into Infernal Fury, not as quickly as possible, but a pretty quick Infernal Fury. Just lots of brutes, lots of fiends running across the map. Snockstar is pretty much 1-1. Reasonably timed third base, same too as his opponent, but 1 vault, 1 conclave, going into vaults, getting that very fast ritual chamber, and getting curse as quickly as possible, getting this upgrade, getting Soulbrand chakrams. That means that when you're on Shroud, it's how brutes used to work by default, but now it's behind an upgrade. Very useful in these kind of straight on fights where if you have similar supply to your opponent and you're doing like an extra 20 damage and being able to convert some phantoms, it works pretty well. Brandon, yeah, got me once, shame on you. You got me twice, fool me twice, never get fooled again. What a great quote, straight from right around where I'm living. Actually, I'm not exactly sure where in Texas, but you know, close enough. Same state. It's not like this state is the size of most sovereign nations, if not bigger. It's actually funny where I live in Texas. If you look at the 5 closest national parks, 5 closest to me,
a Stormgate has appeared.
The 3 closest are all in Texas. The 4th is in another state, and the 5th is back in Texas. For now, though, MSRM with his Infernal Fury timing, that is not done just yet, but still a lot of brutes. He is the one that is going to get a little more active on the map here. He'll get the first Stormgate. MSRM, or Snockstar, has no intention of contesting this. He understands the type of game that he is playing, so he's just hurtling up here. The Shroudstone's on the way. All the units on the ramp. He's like, yep, you know what? We're going to go play defensively here. And I don't know that MSRM can break him. Honestly, if I'm MSRM right now and I see this situation, I back up, I build a 4th base. I don't think you can break him right now. Maybe with an Infernal Fury timing, but this, look at this double Tribute Pyre, that's 6 gremlins that you're gonna have to fight through. There's a wall on the left side. The SimCity says absolutely not. Now, it looks like he might still try, but he's just gonna back up here and move on. Now, no greater shrine. No, there is a greater shrine. Okay. On this, just the pocket base, that's gonna get him up to tier 2. Moving on to Magmadons, could be pretty cool. Moving on to some Hellborn, developing that tech that much more. But MSRM is very optimized on this just rather low tech, lots of brutes type of army. Not mining a lot of Therium. He's like 5 total Therium mining right now. 3 bases, but yeah, it's just gonna be a 4th base for you. He's like, yeah, if you want to go turtle up here, I don't need to go try to break you. That's not a smart RTS decision. I'm just gonna go get another base. I'm gonna sit back here and be fine with it. Now, the one question is whether Snockstar manages to leapfrog him. Huh? I was going to say the one question is whether Snockstar manages to leapfrog him in tech, but he's going Hexen. Interesting. Oh, he canceled it. Never mind. I was like, you're going Forsaken Traps? No way. That's not a thing. But no, he's going to cancel it here. Maybe he was trying to go for Godspeed and kind of click the wrong thing. I don't know. But like, there's no way you're going Forsaken Traps here. That is just not... The HP pool of this army is a little bit too high for things like like Hexfield and Forsaken Traps to be all that useful. And even if it's not with the brutes, it will be once the Magmadons and the Hellborn and things like that get added in. So for now, it's just a 4th base for both sides, as no one really wants to go engage. The story of this game. Sir, a second patch has hit the Celestials. No, it hasn't. Not yet. We're waiting on it. The Celestials do need some help, though. Okay. So we're just kind of sitting here waiting to see how things evolve, and I have not seen enough of this Infernal Mirror to have like a really good read on it just yet, or played enough of it myself. But MSRM seems to really enjoy this concept of 1 fiend in. It's a really good scout, by the way. I think it saw... Did it see the blood tree? No, it probably did not. But we are seeing... MSRM does seem to be kind of this opinion that going for Spriggans is kind of cool. So he's got himself a blood tree just about done. He's adding in this second Twilight Spire as well. And so he's going to have a lot of Spriggans to bring to bear. And he's also well set up here for this. This 8 Gaunt drop's not going to do anything. Harbinger's going to drop maybe if it's shift clicked in. He's going to go and find himself in a bit of a pickle. So that's not going to find much value as the brutes show up on the other side. But this positioning here feels very difficult to break. But he's going to try to go on top of him anyways. Triggers the charge, runs forward, takes advantage of just the fact that once the buff is on, you keep charging. Tries to go for a big surround, doesn't really work, and now the charge is done, and he's got Infernal Furies on the other side, but Magmadon's here. A couple of them are here, but they're not enough by themselves, and MSRM breaks against the wall that is Snockstar, forced to back up, and he's going to lose the second Stormgate as well, right side. We're not focusing on it, because this fight in the middle is what properly matters. Second Stormgate does go the way of Snockstar. This fight continues to kick off in the middle. Necrolyte getting added in, which means that this fight is about to be very awkward for MSRM if he can't clear it now. Because the Necrolytes, they run forward. You're a mass melee army. You cannot clear the Necrolytes easily. And they do 200 damage splash. Times 3, that's a lot of damage, right? 600 damage. Things die. So Snockstar takes a really good defensive fight. He's got Necrolyte coming in. We do have triple Magmadon coming in from the edge, and that might be enough here against the top of a lot of the Gaunts. That's very solid. Straight into the army with the Hellspawn Resurgence. Necrolyte's gonna move in. Charging on the Magmadons, take him down. But it's not the end of the world here. A lot of supply goes the way of MSRM pretty quickly. He's done a good job of cleaning this off. But can he get more? No more Hellspawn Resurgence right now. Now the Magmadon's gonna find his way through, chunking on top of this army. And it looks like Snockstar might have overcommitted himself just slightly, because now the expensive units are gonna get jumped on top of. These Hellborn are falling with the Weavers as well, and it goes back the other way. MSRM Snockstar Finals, tale as old as time, says Turlog. Don't attack Infernals is also a tale as old as time here. So it goes snowballing the other way. Not as bad as it used to necessarily. There's a couple Spriggans getting added in here just to really take down these Hellborn and slow down their attacks so they can't really do the damage you're looking for. And this might actually do it. More Shadow Flyers getting added in. Dealing with the Spriggans, but doesn't really deal with the stuff on the ground. The stuff on the ground is a problem by itself. So we're going to see this Magmadon go. It's actually fairly low. So this Magmadon probably should die pretty quickly, but the Weaver takes the other one down, and back the other way we go. You know, we talk about the tug of war on the Stormgates, but this is the push me pull you. The Necrolyte only connecting with the Magmadons. Yeah, maybe. MSRM definitely made one Magmadon tank, 2 Necrolytes. That did matter quite a bit. These Necrolytes, and I see someone saying like, man, they really like going the Necrolytes. And they do so because, especially into these like mass melee armies or low range armies, Necrolytes are not, you know, they're not fast, but they are pretty tanky. They got like 250 HP. They don't die very quickly. And that means the way you play this is you just run at them. And you force this army to either target them down, which is a lot of DPS wasted, or they soak the shots. It feels really bad as Snockstar now, he's the one with Spriggans into this natural situation. So we will see the third Stormgate. It is getting claimed by MSRM, but these Spriggans are a problem. Shadow Flyers are going to try to join the fray. Good splits from Snockstar though. Getting on, making sure the Shadow Flyers don't really get the connections that they're looking for. Center of the map, Stormgate just about claimed, but with the Gaunts here, that's a lot of explosions. So the Spriggans are going to get taken out. Greater Shrine only loses about half of his HP. And now, Power Stones ready to go. Power Stones on Hellborn, not quite as good as Power Stones on Vulcans, but still very nice. I don't think we're going to go for that much more. By the way, no Elder Shrine. Oh, never mind. There's the Elder Shrine. Now it's fully done. You might Power Stone a Dragon, but Dragons take 2 minutes. So getting them out in a lot of these games feels very, very difficult. This is actually turning into a pretty cool game. Tier 3 Stormgate, though, I don't know that it was the biggest thing. It is, again, it's nice to go and get a Hellborn. I'm kind of surprised he's not using it. The only thing I can think of saving it for is the dragon, and you can only power stone one dragon, or you can't. Each dragon can only take one power stone, so you can't stack them up. This game is going very static here. we're going split map, I think. All right, we barely see the dragon since last patch because it was giga nerfed. There's one on the way for MSRM now because he feels he's got the space. But it takes 2 minutes to build this thing. And the caustic breath, the cursed breath, whatever it's called now, has a range of 4. So it's very hard to get it on top. You will get targeted down. But now we're just split map scenario. We got a bunch of shroud stones going down, all these tribute pyres moving forward. The slow push of MSRM is properly getting started. I haven't seen one of these games in a while. But looks like Snockstar's going to go try to take this fight before the shroud stones are properly ready. So that's going to be a lot of cancels, or a lot of kills if you can force that one. But this is one of those maps that has a base that only goes one way. All right, you cannot properly split. Flaming Imps are going to try to go on top. Splits are decent for now. Just trying to bust some of this stuff down. Spriggans move forward as well, but the Flaming Imps are okay. They're not great. As this army continues to try to move forward here, Magmadon's trying to get on top of the Hellborn on the backside, but that's not going to work. Not really. The Mass Hellborn is a lot better than this Mass Magmadon, and these Power Stones are just sitting here. They're not really doing anything. The taking that tier 3 Stormgate gave very little value, and I understand that you're trying to get Avatar form onto the dragon, but you can't stack it. What can I do with 200 resources? This energy, this is actually outdated from previous versions of the game where you would earn animus. Right now, just ignore this. Ignore this part of the UI. It is, it does not matter. It does not exist. It's not there. And Kell, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I think we're doing the 2v2 StarCraft tournament, some Stormgate stuff as well. As now we're gonna see the Power Stones still not do anything, but the dragon's just about here. And if you can add the dragon with almost all the anti-air gone, that might be a really nice play for MSRM. So the dragon is out on the map. Someone hit Shroudfall. Don't know who it was. Doesn't matter. Applies almost uniformly to everyone. The one difference is that you don't have a lot of vision if you were Shroudfalled. If you Shroudfall, you have a big vision advantage. But the dragon's on the map right now, starting to find its way forward. There it is. And it is Avatar. Only the single one. Again, you cannot go and apply multiples anymore, but it's still a 20 or 1400 HP unit that attacks pretty quickly. It does a lot of damage, and it just sits on top. So Snockstar tried to play the defensive game. MSRM said, yeah, I'll match that energy, and I'm going to win the tier 3 storm. So that is going to do it. MSRM goes up 1-0 on Snockstar. It's grand finals. Stormgate less readable than StarCraft 2 is just that I don't have the experience to quickly assess what's going on. I think it has some readability challenges that they're working on. But also I think it is just part of it's also kind of an experience thing where if your eyes don't know where to look and you're kind of not used to it, you are a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not going to be as easy to read. Like, I don't have an issue looking at this stuff and reading it, but I cast it every week. So yeah. Hezekiah, they're working on it, I think. I don't know anything extra special behind the scenes, but I'm pretty sure they're working on it, adding the custom maps to the ladder pool. 2v2 Stormgate tournaments needed. It's funny you say that. Someone reached out to me and said, hey, I want to organize a 2v2 tournament. Would you cast it? I said, yeah, 100%. I think Stormgate 2v2 is very cool, especially once we have a decent map pool for it, and once we kind of figure out exactly how Stormgates want to get handled. Hello, Turbo T8. Wireless Steel is considered weak right now because their economy sucks, man, at Dreads. They mine about 80% or 20% less per base per minute. Like, the base has X amount of resources in it, but their per minute income is about 20% less than the other two factions. So that's a bug that's not intended that will be fixed, but for right now, they mine less. There's bad. Stormgate 2 patches more, and it will be a very good game. I mean, every patch makes it a lot better. So I'm excited for Necrolyte, which is the big balance patch and probably bug fix patch that's going to be coming out eventually, but don't know exactly when. Excited for that one. But for now, I'm also excited to move on to Emberfrost. Map number 2. Here we are, map number 2. Emberfrost, made by Matcherino, is a gorgeous map. But yeah, Senna says we were talking about the Celestials. 600 Luminite per minute versus 750 for the other factions is a problem by itself. That's just bad. I think readability is affected by 2 things. Color palette on units themselves. It needs to work with their shape. That has actually been a lot better, I think, for the most part. They've done a pretty good job of adding like color patches that saturate pretty well. One of the issues in the Infernal Mirror in particular is that curse applies makes everything look red. So it kind of makes it hard to see from that perspective. And then unit collision, maybe that's a little too close as well. That's fine. But yes, Snockstar is a honest. Stormgate does kind of have a bit of a Polish dominance thing to it, where Mana is very good, Aureil's very good, Snockstar's very good. I think there's another one that I'm missing. But yeah, Stormgate has a Elaser when he's playing is pretty good. Has a lot of people. Also, hey, Evarista. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Third base goes down for MSRM, and this is a big map, so you're going to see a more macro-focused style. 3 bases, not as much crazy aggression, but we didn't really see that in game 1 either. We saw both players sitting back until they could hit their timing, and then going for one great big fight. Is this the best of 7? No, this is the best of 5, Shadow Blizzard. Turbo T8 just started playing Stormgate. Awesome. Welcome, welcome here. Hope you're having a good time. Different color health bar would help with legibility. The health bars are team colors. So I can't show anything right now because so you can see the building structure. This is a red bar. Building structure, can I find one? Nothing on but the health bar is on, MSRM's health bars are blue. So that Kailulu, that already does do it like that. A few years ago, someone asked either Nerchio or Laser, why is it that Polish players are doing so well in StarCraft 2? And they said, well, it's cheap to live in Poland. That's fair. I think also, in general, cold weather countries tend to do a little bit better at esports because, you know, a good percentage of the year you're stuck inside and like, what are we going to do? All right, we're going to play video games. You know, it's better. Well, I go to Dartmouth, right? I'm finishing my PhD, and the traditional cold weather endeavor at Dartmouth is everyone just hangs out in dorm rooms or like the basements of frats and just gets drunk. And I would argue that playing video games professionally is a slightly more productive endeavor than just the traditional cold weather winter night activity of just getting drunk. So, you know. But no, there is definitely some. So there is actually, you want to talk about why the United States is bad at esports in general, or yeah, the United States is bad at esports in general. And a large part, it is pretty expensive to live here, and we have no social safety net. You want to have healthcare, you better have a job. Freelancing is very expensive because you got to get your own healthcare, and we can go into this all we want, but it's the cost of living in the United States coupled with the lack of social safety net and kind of this expectation that you kind of move out of your parents' place as soon as you turn into an adult altogether means that's pretty hard. But for now, we got Infernal Fury timing coming out of MSRM. That's not going to get anything done up that ramp. Yeah, good luck there, MSRM. Back up, try again. He tried this in game number 1. Didn't really work out. Joe LaPaul, funny how so many people in the Carbot video comment section spread misinformation. Yeah, it's happening a lot. Again, there are definitely valid criticisms of Stormgate. I'm not trying to say there are not. Communication's been iffy at multiple times. But you see people that are just like pushing this stuff. I'm like, guys, this is not true. It's just blatantly incorrect. But you hate the thing, so you want to see it fail regardless of the reason. Americans are bad because they shoot the monitor when they lose the game. That's only the southern U.S. Red Square. Gun culture is not, you know, you're not going to have that problem in Massachusetts. Now, you might have other problems. They're going to accidentally drive if you're in Massachusetts, they're actually going to accidentally drive the car into the computer every time they lose. And that's not great. That's another good point there, Turbo T8. There's a lot stronger of a console culture in the United States than, say, in Europe or Korea or something. So these games that are kind of closer to console games, like COD esports, is very much American dominated. Or, you know, some of the fighting games they do pretty well because that is kind of console arcade backed instead of sitting at your computer, which does help out a little bit because there's also no PC cafe culture in the United States anymore as well. So you can't go in like, you want to play a computer game, you're shelling out money for a desktop. Maybe a laptop, but likely a desktop, which is still a decent bit more expensive as this drop on the left side finds this fourth base of MSRM. It gets a couple units, a couple imps, or a couple fiends, not too many. Or a couple, I was right the first time, couple imps. Not too much though.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate.
As MSRM getting himself ready to move into the Spriggan tech if he wants to go for it. This drop's going to try to find a little bit more internal into the natural, which is very nice. It means MSRM pretty much cannot go and contest the Stormgate because Snockstar's already there, and this drop is causing problems. Even still, those Shadow Flyers, not going to get him in time. A little bit too spread out. So Harbinger gets home. He's going to be able to heal himself back up eventually and have fun again. And now that Shadow Flyer's just kind of wasted. The Battle Warriors, Waffle House is serious business, talking about being good at fighting games. Are you familiar with the Waffle House Index? It is my favorite piece of shenanigans. I don't even know if it's accurate anymore because everything that's been happening with FEMA, but FEMA apocryphally is, we're gonna see this fight kick off. We're gonna have to talk about that in a second because it's a nice start here from MSRM, getting on top of some of these units. And he does have the favor and healer, so that is pretty good. I'm not totally sure what the Stormgate, I forgot to note what exactly the Stormgate being unit claimed was. It might have just been for more units, but for right now, Magmadon's in the Harbinger looking for a big drop on top of the army. Gonna drop down right there. Magmadon straight into the army, back on top of the favorite, so the healer's not there. And this looks like at the start a pretty good fight for Snockstar, but even still, the Magmadons of MSRM, they're kind of, actually, they're not really attack moving all that well. They're just kind of wandering. And even still, though, playing this fight at the end, a lot of the Magmadons are going to get taken down. MSRM much closer to his rally. So he's going to be kind of fine, I think. The Magmadons, now you just got to wait for the stuns. Now they're going to go and take down the rest of the Magmadons here. Supply goes Snockstar's way briefly. I'm not convinced it's going to stay like that. As well, maybe. The Magmadons come off cooldown once again. Any fiends to eat? A couple. But now it's more Magmadons for MSRM. This is... yeah, Curse Blue Magmadon's too close to red for me. This is, they really need to change Curse. At the end of the day, though, Snockstar hits a really nice engage, able to get on top. And I thought for a second with the rally, MSRM might be able to snowball it back, but too many Magmadons here. It's actually fairly close to the rally as well, especially with his Volt that is getting Hellspawn. And it's making life a little complicated. So MSRM now down about 20 supply. Snockstar is on tier 3. He's got himself Molten Touch on the way as well. Where's our natural? There we go. We are on Elder for MSRM as well, but doesn't have the upgrades. So, Snowball for Snockstar has continued. MSRM is in a bit of a rough pickle, and I think he's probably dead. Fourth base, that is certainly going to fall down, and it's going to be kind of this desperation Spriggan tech switch where you get yourself set up for the Spriggans after the ground army kills off all the Gaunts. You're like, maybe this is going to work, and it might still. Looks like, in fact, yeah, all the Gaunts have gone down, so, or a lot of the Gaunts have gone down. The fourth base is dead. And we have more Gaunts getting added in. And remember, oh, Shadow Flyer's going to try to find their way in. Decent connections here. And more Spriggans are getting, well, yeah, I thought more and more Spriggans were getting made, but it did force a bit of a transition. Now Weavers are going to start to get added in. I think if you're Snockstar, you back up here for a second. You got a Dragon on the way. You got Molten Touch done. You don't really have any Hellborn in this army just yet. You're getting Fiend Explosion. Wait for your upgrades, man. You have this game.
Stormgate will activate soon.
You know, Montana has a lot of... yeah, that's fair, actually. Midwest is its own thing. Stormgate is a rough diamond that's not been cut or polished yet. It's starting to get polished, AT Strolls. But yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't have 20 years of, well, it doesn't have 15 years of development. And then another 50, or hard to talk about StarCraft's development, right? Because they have had patches, but it doesn't have 3 expansions and 15 years of meta development behind it. Risk saying really long sentence to say Europe is better than North American esports. It depends on the esport, you know? Most of them, yes. You talk about COD, because COD is an esport. America is better. I think traditionally the Americas are better than Europe in Valorant as well, but I don't follow Valorant at all, so I don't know. Anyway, foremost in Stormgate. Red Square, I don't think the campaign's terrible, realistically, as we're gonna see. There we go. Avatar Hellborn. I don't think the campaign's terrible. I think some of the voice acting is very subpar. Like one of the characters just is a little grating, which is unfortunate, but I enjoy the campaign. You know, especially the second half of the campaign, and I know that's hard to say. He's like, oh, just wait till you get to mission 7, it's awesome. But the second half of the campaign is really awesome. I think it's a lot of fun. So I'd say it's at the minimum, for the most part, like equal in a campaign, like compared to other RTS campaigns. But yeah, no, it's not a standout Warcraft 3 campaign or something. Midwest is his own thing. It's corn. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Everista. It is all corn. What does Stormgate provide that StarCraft doesn't have? Active development, really nice quality of life things with the quick macro panel, auto control groups, things like that. Doesn't have a full feature map editor just yet, but once it's there, a far more permissive editor license as well. So even if you don't like what Stormgate has, as we're gonna see Snockstar try to run down this ramp and get probably bopped here. Even if you don't like what Stormgate has, the map editor, or the map license says that anything that you make, you maintain the IP control over, compared to StarCraft 2, as MSRM is getting forced to tap out. Compared to StarCraft 2, where Blizzard owns your IP on the Galaxy editor or the Warcraft Reforged. So that's a big thing. The AI skirmish mode against a bunch of challengers is really cool. And we can also talk about things that are coming in the near future. But you're talking about what exists right now. Those are pretty big ones in my eyes. I think the average Stormgate mission is better than the average Wings of Liberty mission, but the story is more of a letdown. Yeah, you know what? I don't really play RTS games for the story for the most part. And like, I think people are forgetting that, like, the StarCraft 2 campaign story was pretty uniformly panned. I say the campaign chapters get better towards the end. I have not, full disclosure, I haven't played through everything, but chapter 2, so like 7, 8, mission 7, 8, 9 are all really fun. I'm not at 10 through 12 yet. I mean, you think more of gameplay. I don't know what you want me to do. It's like, it's a different game. Like, if we're talking specifically 1v1 gameplay, what does StarCraft 2 offer that Stormgate doesn't? Like, they're two different games with different gameplay. I don't even know how to, on both sides, I don't even know how to answer that question. Why do I expect new content from StarCraft 2? Well, I don't. That's what I'm saying. We do expect new content here, and Blizzard has totally abandoned StarCraft 2. They can't fix the cyclone bug that's been in the game for the last year. Anyways, we're going to move into Game 3. Here we are, Game number 3, MSRM being a cheeky mother. Effigies. It's a single effigy, though, so I don't know how well this thing works. Triple vault. It's going to be a lot of fiends. Going to take a while for these to get up. Effigy does not last for forever. Aren't factions similar between Stormgate and StarCraft 2? I mean, not really. People talk about Infernals as being the Zerg faction and Vanguard being the Terran faction, Celestials being the Protoss faction, and maybe like visually they are red, blue, yellow focused in terms of theming colors, but I'm not going to say that Infernals play like Zerg. They don't. Celestials don't really play like Protoss. Certainly now, not now post reworks. Vanguard, I guess, have bandwidth gun, but they don't really play like Terran. Yeah, each faction has some things that you can say, yeah, this plays like Zerg, this plays like Terran, this plays like Protoss. But I'm not going to say that, like, they're not, like, 10% different units, you know? But now a bunch of fiends are going to show up here. It's triple vault versus the single one, and Snockstar's in a bit of a pickle. It's a lot of fiends that are going to show up all at once here. You do have gaunts, and that is actually really nice. The splash damage, bonus versus light versus all of these fiends does a really good job. But it's not necessarily, as long as these fiends stay alive, it's not necessarily about the first 6 fiends that show up are the problem. It's about once you get the second round of fiends, and then you're looking at 12 fiends, and you're like, ooh, this is really a problematic here. But opening up with vault with gaunts like this does... Opening up with gaunts like this does give you a little bit more option. But now brutes are going to be here as well. And notice he's not splitting these. The brutes, their job is to go soak the damage from the gaunts and take them down, and then you're going to split. In the meantime, though, gaunts are actually doing a really nice job of staying alive. So too are these imps doing really good at holding on to this. And Snockstar, I kind of thought he was just 100% dead. He might not be. It's still rough, right? Because 2 brutes are still here. We're going to have another round of brutes fairly soon. So he might not, it's challenging, right? So you take a look at this. In the brutes now, when they split, they're gonna get 1 fiend. 1 fiend's not an incredible amount. Shroudstone's now on the way, and there's now a bit of a timer on MSRM. As he's got the more brutes in now, he's looking at 3 of them. Where's the 4th one? There it is. Looking at 3 brutes here, now it's gonna go down to 2 fiends are gonna get taken down with imps getting pulled. Remember, this is a natural for Snockstar. As long as he does not die, this is a very good situation for him. It's a proxy 3 volt, so as long as he holds on, he's going to be fine. And I think he's kind of hit that break point now. He's got himself a bunch of gaunts. Shroudstone is just about done. He's got himself a tribute pyre that's going to get started as well, which is going to give you some gremlins. And this is MSRM trying to go for it right now. He's going to try, but the Shroudstone's done. And I don't think this is going to work anymore. Yeah, it's like, actually, D/Light makes a good point. It's like, why would I not be excited about a new game in this genre that I enjoy? I mean, I think this works if it's a double vault opening or a single vault expand or something, but opening up Vault Conclave, I don't think this works. The gaunts do too good of a job of clearing out the fiends early. I wonder, does immediate production of workers make the game pace faster? Stormgate is both faster and slower than StarCraft 2. I think the early game can scale pretty quickly, but you're also, for the most part, not in this scenario where it's like what it used to be, where you have a scout in your face immediately, you have a hex in your face immediately, and that didn't feel good. And I do like the worker charge system as a whole. Feels slightly slower than StarCraft 2, and I think it's funny because I think the early game buildup is a bit faster with the worker charges. I think you get into the game a little bit faster than StarCraft 2, but it still plays slower. It's kind of weird in that way. But for now, with this Hellborn, this is still a 1-base MSRM, right? He's got his natural done. He's kind of mining from it, but it doesn't really matter. When Snockstar held this, he pretty much won the game. So Hellborn's gonna go get taken down. And once he loses this position, he's going to lose every structure here. He's going to lose all of his production. He's in... Yeah, Snockstar's won this game. Magronon's going to pop out because, hey, why not? It's weird to see a Magronon's popping out in the middle of the map here. And it does a lot. You know, making sure that bonus damage versus heavy, the splash damage is very solid, but minus 20 armor, minus 40 armor, excuse me. Yeah, no, he's dead. MSRM is gonna be forced to tap out. The all-in does not work, and Snockstar goes up 2 games to 1. So much more time. It's weird, right? So more time is spent tier 1 in Stormgate than StarCraft. Yeah, in the meta it is right now at Jacob Skarda. But on the flip side, like the time at tier 2 is very short in a lot of games. Yeah, and as TKL says, the similarities are a lot of it's visual, and like Celestial's yellow, Infernals are red, Vanguard are blue. That does jive with Protoss being yellow, Zerg being red, purple, Terran being blue, but the way the factions plays is pretty different. Like off the top, you have multi-build for Vanguard. That's very significant in how the macro of the game works. Infernals again have this charge system that you still have to build structures. You're not off a larva. That's a very big difference. You have this shroud, but it doesn't play like creep at all. And like, if the game isn't for you, the game's not for you. But and yeah, play weird. I haven't finished the storyline. Honestly, I could barely tell you. Are red, Vanguard are blue. My thanks to you. You're welcome. But what was I saying? Yeah, there is a. I'm a little sad about how something like conceptually this idea of. I think the server has crashed or something. There we go. All right, we're good. We're okay. We spawn in, the countdown happens, and everything is just taking forever. We're good now. Black Spire Station, map number 4, perhaps the last map of this tournament here today. Yeah, you were talking about the campaign. I certainly don't. I remember very little about the StarCraft 2 campaign. I know people love it, but it's funny. We also kind of look at this with, I think, a little bit of rose-tinted glasses. I remember when Legacy of the Void came out, and it was just Reddit thread after Reddit thread, absolutely crapping on the story of Legacy of the Void, how bad it was. And when Heart of the Swarm came out, it was the same thing. And it's like, yeah, you know, is the story, and again, I can't speak to this. I haven't finished the first campaign story. Can't tell you. You know, some of the voice acting a little rough. Yeah, I don't really play RTS games for the story anyways. You know, like I played for the games. Some of these later missions, the mechanics of them are really fun. Some people complain that the units in Stormgate are too cartoonish. Fair or not? I don't think that's fair. The StarCraft 2 units are pretty cartoonish too. People were mad at StarCraft 2 for being too cartoonish compared to Brood War. I think that the visual implementation at Early Access 0.0 was pretty rough, but it was also Early Access, right? We were lacking a lot of polish, and I think Alan in particular has done a lot of really good work to bring the visual identity closer to what they want it to be. Like the Infernal visual rework has been fantastic. A lot of the Vanguard visual rework has been fantastic. And then we're going to see what the Celestials go for, but from like some of the concept art that has been posted publicly, I am very excited. But yeah, Blizzard style is also extremely cartoonish. So it does not surprise me that a bunch of Blizzard devs got together and they said, we're going to make another RTS. They took a lot out of that. Now, did they go too far in the other direction on the first iteration? Maybe they did. I don't know. Some people will say yes. I'm personally going to say, I don't really care if the game's fun. And I think the game is fun. And I'm also going to acknowledge that the game looks a lot better than it did before all this lighting stuff was in the game and, you know, all that. Yeah, it's funny. I'm like, people are like, this game looks like a mobile game. I was like, I don't think so, guys. Or if it is, it's a very high quality mobile game. But you do have a lot of people that have not really, that were mad at Stormgate from the moment that Amara was announced, like unironically, or were mad when they saw the first look at the game, the first trailers and things, and they were mad about it. They're like, oh, I hate this. And then they decided they were going to hate it, and now they're still coming in. They're saying it's making the exact same complaints they made 2 years ago. And they say, oh, nothing has changed. And I'm like, guys, there are so many things that have changed.
A Stormgate
You can say, I don't like the look of it now, but like, you're just trying to gaslight me here. It is a very significant visual difference. But anyways, Stormgate number 1 is going to get started, but these players playing MSRM just grizzled greedy guts. He's got himself his 4th base already on the way.
A Stormgate has
He does have a much faster Infernal Fury. And we are seeing this happen between the two players. It's much faster Ritual Chamber for, what's it called? For Soulbrand Chakrams, right? To make sure you have Curse on the Gaunts. Snockstar doing that every game. We're just seeing a much faster Infernal Fury from MSRM. Unfortunately, because of how Snockstar's playing this, though, he's just playing back. He's sitting up. He's macroing up. He does not feel the need to get active on the map. And that means this early Infernal Fury timing is not nearly as impactful as it might otherwise be because there's no surround available. You're not getting on top of that. But maybe the Shadow Mark is going to do what it needs. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the Wings of Liberty campaign was the best of the StarCraft 2 campaigns. Are there any Korean pros already? Well, okay, so Stormgate is small enough that I'd struggle to call anyone a professional, and by that I mean your sole income is Stormgate. You are not doing anything else. You're just playing Stormgate 8 hours a day or whatever. Like you're doing the Cyril thing, and that's it. You're full-time Stormgater. I don't think anyone is like that. But if you're saying, are there high-level Korean players that are playing in and winning tournaments and dedicating a decent amount of time to it? Yeah, Refresh is, in my eyes, probably the best Vanguard player in the world right now. Maybe second best, depending on what Mixu's doing. MC is playing a lot of Stormgate. You have Reflash, who's a little bit tiered down. Control's a very good Infernal player. There are definitely Korean players that are at the top of the top and look very good and playing a lot of tournaments, especially the ones that start a little earlier in the day and give us awesome games. It looks like a mobile game. It's just like the gamer boomer rallying cry. Honestly, yeah. So again, I don't know if you saw the video. I'm like, yeah, you know, guys, you can't stop doing this. I think that is a communication mistake, honestly. But they do have a good point where they say, look, we believe, and what they said is like, we believe campaign is ready for the general public, or we believe 1v1 is ready for the general public. They're also a live service game. You know, when Dota totally revamps a bunch of heroes and does all these things, no one's mad that it's not done. It's a live service game. Every single patch, things are going to be changing. And yes, earlier on, before everything is like totally solidified, the patches are going to come a little faster. That makes sense. 100%. Is, by the way, it's drop on the north side. Getting not a lot of value right now. Looks like we got like 2 Phantoms. So not really a ton, as MSRM is like, okay, fine, you're going to drop me. Let me take a 5th base. I'm just watching this tech develop that much more. Greater Shrine, 2/3 of the way done. Greater Shrine, also 2/3 of the way done. But yeah, anyways, so 1v1 is fun. 1v1 is balanced enough for public consumption is the idea. And we're going to continue to make changes. We're going to continue to balance things. We're going to continue to add units, remove units, all that. Yeah, I was going to say, it's like even Wings of Liberty, Universe, it is the best StarCraft 2 campaign, but like, yeah, I was like, you know.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Refresh is the best player at the minute, period. Mixu might have that title as well, TK, but yes, Refresh is very good. The reason why I try to invite it for a lot of stuff is Magmadon's gonna stomp in here. Fighting around the second Stormgate is kind of funny. No Shroud until right now. FG's not getting dropped, which is really good for MSRM because he does not have Soulbound Chakrams. It really is a downside to Snockstar. They had to drop that FG. Maybe he didn't have the energy. I don't know. But now, Curse is getting applied a little bit more. This is a little bit better as the Weavers on the backside do a decent job, but Snockstar's reinforcements look like they're going to carry the day for now. And now they're getting on top of these Weavers. These are expensive expensive units. And a couple of them going, oh, he's going to get the Hellborn as well. That is really nice here for Snockstar. As he sits here on tournament point, try to go and win this fight, win the Stormgate, maybe turn something into it. But MSRM has had more economy this entire time. And that's been that's why we're seeing the supply lead even still. But now, as again, Brutes continue to run in. Magmadon gets on top of the back line with Raging Tendons on top of a lot of these Gaunts. But even still, Snockstar holds the position, gets more damage on top of the Stormgate. But remember, he didn't have the tier 1. So this is bonus damage that he's doing to the Stormgate on top of everything else. And he should be able to claim this second one. So second Stormgate. 7-minute Stormgate goes the way of Snockstar. Gonna get those unstable Necrolytes, which seem really popular in this matchup because of how short range the Infernals are. Why are there no damage upgrades in this game? I kind of like the concept of damage upgrades, Deceptex, but Monk is of the opinion, and the Frustrate team in general is of this opinion, that they want upgrades that do things. Like +1/+1 is cool, but it's not like a do thing upgrade. And it can be obscured to new players. Like, oh great, I got +1/+1, but do I know that that means that my Lings take 3 shots instead of 2 so I can change the way I play? And like, it's a bit of a knowledge gap where, oh, I can get this upgrade and now this effect applies, or I have this extra ability is a lot more like, oh, Necrolyte drops finally. I didn't even click on it. Kills off the entire base of workers. Harbinger will die, but like, you're okay with that here. The final Necrolyte is gonna find its way forward as this base is a bit of a problem. It's gonna get taken down here. Snockstar, beautiful play, but somehow MSRM's up 50 supply. This extra income that he's been having over the majority of this game, making a very, very big difference. And that is going to force a lot of these units back. The base dies. Necrolyte gets some really good contact. But Snockstar is his supply. Struggling just a little bit. Now, it's important to point out that his dragon is a lot closer to completion than MSRM's is. So that dragon timing is going to be pretty effective. Oh yeah, Cosmic Beard. I liked creeps, full disclosure. I played a lot of really fun games in like early access launch, but Stormgates are just a lot better.
Will activate soon.
Why would I want new abilities to support the game to be added constantly? Because it's fun. As Magmadon's going to go in and get annihilated here. Because adding in new units are fun. Forcing me to rethink the way I learned the game. The same game for 15 years, it gets old. As now we're going to see MSRM moving forward. The Magmadons, it's a really nice position for Snockstar with the Hellborn on the high ground, Dragon here as well. And remember, Hellborn don't shoot up anymore, so this Dragon is pretty much uncontested with the Spriggans on top as well as everything else. So these Hellborn on the high ground causing issues, Spriggans on the back line, and Snockstar with his tech transition. The Dragon as well. The Spriggans, even if they don't get everything they need to, and even if a lot of them die to the Shadow Flyers, it means the Dragon is not dying to the Shadow Flyers, and that's incredibly impactful. Because the Dragon stays alive a lot longer. Third Stormgate, by the way, goes to Snockstar as well, as we're seeing a bunch of Spriggans just kind of awkward positions. And what do we get here out of the third Stormgate? Do we go Power Stones? That seems very popular. Okay, Power Stone's going to be there, so this is going to be a 1400 HP Dragon that's going to be able to go and just attack a little bit faster. Regenerate energy doesn't really matter, but it's tankier. It attacks faster. This base is going to go down from MSRM once again. Someone was asking me what my favorite Aureil map is. Yeah, it's Black Spire. It gives us by far the best games. At best times in StarCraft 2, when he had the big end of the year patches that basically remade the entire 1v1 experience. That, and for me, also, is the Dragons are going to fight Dragons here, but the army of Snockstar, I think it's just a little bit better. Also, I loved, as MSRM realizes he can't hold on, taps out Snockstar, wins the series 3-1. Also, I mean, my favorite time in StarCraft 2 was Legacy of the Void beta. When the game totally changed. Damage upgrades are one of my most requested features. The millisecond the map data editor is there. I'm releasing my own custom balance map with damage upgrades. I'll run a tournament on it if we can get enough maps, rank or SMP. I'm down to try it. I like to see the structure or flag bearer units that cast aura that increase damage or armor. That'd be kind of cool because then that's an objective that you can kill. Too many narrow paths. Yeah, but I think narrow paths are good for, like, not every map has to be very wide open. And in fact, the wide open maps are probably a little too Infernal favored with Infernal Fury. Why they can't do that? Because the idea, like them being able to hit air was a band-aid to rank or SMP. It's not part of the unit design. Big patches, what do you mean? New abilities or just damage and reach of spells? No, big patches. Units were getting at 2017 till 2022. Units were getting new abilities, removing abilities. The way the abilities works were being changed. They were like end of year post BlizzCon patches were actively shaking the game up. One of the battle cruisers got massively changed one time. DT Blink, TKL was talking about. Cutie Pie. Do something upgrades are much more intuitive compared to what +1 type upgrades. People have to remember this is in StarCraft 3. Hitting timing attacks did feel good once you figured out how to properly execute builds. Doesn't mean other systems can't work. Yeah, that's where they are. Again, I like those. I like having that inflection point. I like having those timing attacks. But it is also, as you say, it's less intuitive. What not really StarCraft 2 unit do you miss the most? Maybe top 3. Honestly, I can't think of. Nothing really comes to mind because most of the stuff that was not released was because it was just giga broken and didn't have a place in the game. This was the finals. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. We are done here today. Yeah, that's going to do it. I actually can't think of any. I'm like, I guess the Herc was cool, but it was giga busted and not fun. Yeah, I can't really think of anything. I'm like, yeah, I really wish they'd added this unit that they were testing out. They didn't. No. So anyways, we're going to go and find someone to raid on up here. Congratulations to Snockstar for winning this thing. MSRM for second place. If you want to go contribute to the prize pool before the end, ! Matcherino. I don't know if we have codes. We do not have codes, but if you want to go contribute to the prize pool, like Psionic, who added $65 to the prize pool. Thank you, Psionic. And John Z. Skix, thank you for continuing to run Stormgate events. It's been a lot of fun to see the game's competitive play evolve. Sonic just complaining about messing up the weekend by putting this on a Saturday, so here's some money. I just want to donate, adding $50. Ben H with the $25, saying thanks for the tournament and the awesome maps, and Aureil seating it up. So if you want to go and add to the prize pool before it's over, ! Matcherino. But we are done here. We're going to find someone to raid up. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow for the map contest. And then I don't think I have any streams planned until the next week. The next weekend. But for now, thank you for joining me. And I'll be back. And we'll see you tomorrow. Because you have... Everyone's going to be playing greedy with the pocket base. That's generally the expectation here. But look at this. Fiend's out early. And because this is not a shrine first, it buys enough time. It buys a decent amount of time. You're not going to stop the barracks from going down. Slow it down. And now servo overcharge is done. Fiend's going to get on top of these servos that are not nearly as tanky as they used to be. And this is just buying time, right? You're trying to buy time, make sure the Shroud Stones go up so the high ground doesn't really happen. It does slow down your natural, which is unfortunate, but remember, this is just out of the map. It's about half your income. Not really doing what it needs to do, but yep, Shroud Stones should be done just in time. Tribute Fire here as well. Another Brute's going to get made, and, well, this Lancer can't do anything. Barracks is dying. There is a sentry post here, but it's not going to be allowed to complete. That's going to get why is lost, and yeah, sure, Lancers run forward. Who cares? It's 75 damage versus the Lancers, right? They're heavy units. This is just, just gotta have to find some way to sell it maybe, and another Lancer goes in, goes out, shakes it all about, it's dead. So, short. And I think that is true of a lot of different things here. The ladder maps are just a little bit too small. And now, we're gonna see this fight kick off here, and yeah, it's not on Shroud, but Curse has already been at least a little bit applied, and a bunch of Gaunts that have Reaper Rush. We don't have Infernal Fury, but a bunch of Gaunts with Reaper Rush versus these Exos is not, and by doing so, it means the earlier tier spells, the going for, what was it? Going for the sensor drone, going for the overcharge a little bit is a little bit more cost effective. It's something people are more likely to do. But now the Stormgate's going to get attacked here as there's a drop of gaunts into this third base location. Start getting phantoms, and this can snowball very fast. So even as the Stormgate's going to get claimed by HYY here, there's a single gaunt, which is not going to do anything. This is the big problem. Bunches of phantoms, bunches of gaunts, and you do actually have to move this Harbinger over to make sure you can drop an effigy, but again, Harbinger into in a situation where he's already in a bit of a rough spot. Now we will see Void Prowlers get into this third base or this natural location, because remember, they can blink into Fog of War. So this does feel like a one-way trip for them for the time being, but it is getting a lot of damage done in exchange. HYY finding value on top of this in this game. There's not a lot he can do. He's going to try to cut away as much as possible, but this all-in that he went with put him in a really bad spot. He was not able to go find the value that he needed. It was not able to get greedy enough, was not able to get aggressive enough. That means that Snockstar takes game one in this semifinals. While the Shroud moves a little bit further forward and further yet still, so you don't want to fight on Shroud as Gaunts are not going to move on top of this. I just don't think this works.